What if the very essence of humanity could be stripped away with a single, twisted design? Picture this, an execution so bizarre it feels ripped from the pages of a horror novel, yet it was all too real, an intricate dance of madness that leaves sanity gasping for breath. Throughout history, the human imagination has conjured devices of death that might require a strong stomach and an even stronger sense of humor. How about the Brazen Bull? A golden masterpiece that cooked its victims alive, a barbecue hellscape where screams morphed into the sound of a twisted symphony. Laughing while they roasted, the crowd cheered. Irony has never been more delicious. And what about the infamous impalement? Not your average shish kebab, this was a gruesome art form, where victims skewered like human shish kebabs served as a warning to the rest. Talk about a dinner party nobody wants to attend. Or consider the Iron Maiden, essentially an ancient version of a poorly designed closet. Enclosed in a spiked chamber, the victim experienced a macabre embrace that crushed both body and soul. It wasn't just a method, it was a spectacle. The laughable horror of it all? A gory reminder that humanity's darkest impulses often masquerade as entertainment. And let's not forget the Judas Cradle, a torture device that turned the act of sitting into a nightmare. Victims were lowered onto a spiked pyramid, a grim form of performance art that could make even the staunchest pacifist squirm. Is it really a stretch to say that some medieval designers might have given modern ergonomic chairs a run for their money? Imagine watching a man carted off for his crimes, only to witness his downfall transformed into a public show, a horror movie played out in real time. The stakes? Life and death, or perhaps worse, a fate worse than death that lingers in collective memory. The gallows, the rack, each method a chapter in humanity's most chilling anthology. As history unfurls, we realize these executions were more than mere punishment, they were grotesque entertainment, a perverse blend of morality and madness, wrapped in a delightful package of dark humor. Do you dare to laugh at the absurdity of it all? Can you stomach the truth that humankind often finds levity in the bleakest shadows? Enter the mind where cruelty reigns supreme, where laughter echoes in the face of despair, and where the most chilling mechanisms of death become a spectacle. History, with its grotesque punchlines, challenges our perceptions. Are we so different from those who reveled in the terror? Each tale of execution raises more questions than answers, like a sinister riddle that taunts you to uncover the truth. Prepare yourself, reader. This isn't just a recounting of past horrors, it's an invitation to confront the darkest corners of the human psyche. What lurks behind the curtain of civilization? What grotesque performances await? Buckle up, because once you step into this world, there's no turning back. The sun hung low, casting its crimson stain over the crumbling ruins of an ancient city, a mere echo of what once thrived. The air felt thick with despair, each breath a struggle against the weight of shadows whispering tales of suffering. A chilling cry erupted, tearing through the silence, a soul trapped in despair, begging for mercy in a world devoid of it. I stood there, heart pounding in my chest, a spectator to agony. There was a man, pale and trembling, bound to a wooden frame like some macabre sacrifice. His eyes darted around, searching for hope, but finding only the cold gaze of his captors, the executioners, clad in robes worn with the stains of too many such scenes, merciless as the very gods they worshipped. I remember his name, Amaru. He was a farmer once, a dreamer, crushed beneath the weight of a civilization that had spun out of control, where the law was a tyrant and the innocent were mere playthings. Please, he gasped, his voice cracking like dry earth. I've done nothing wrong. But innocence meant nothing in this place. Justice was an illusion, a cruel jest played by those in power. I felt an ache deep in my chest as I watched them prepare the instruments of his torment, the dreaded drum, a device of torture designed to stretch the limbs until they shattered like brittle reeds. The echoes of his cries would haunt me long after his voice faded into the dust. Across the courtyard stood Lila, her eyes wide and haunted, a woman bound by her loyalty to Amaru yet paralyzed by fear. She gripped the stone wall, knuckles white, a silent witness to the unfolding horror. Her heart was a wild beast, thrumming against her ribcage, fighting against the very instinct to flee. "You can't let this happen," she screamed, the words bursting forth from a mouth that had often whispered sweet nothings to Amaru beneath the stars. But here, under the blood-red sky, love felt like a cruel joke, and hope was a phantom that evaporated before it could be grasped. "Stand back!" One of the guards barked, his voice a whip that cracked through the air. Lila stepped forward, reckless in her desperation. "You can't do this." Her indignation felt like a flickering flame in a hurricane, fragile and fleeting. I remember the way she clenched her fists, the tremor in her hands betraying the facade of strength she tried to maintain. It was in that moment, in the pit of my stomach, that I realized the futility of her protest. The shadows loomed larger, and the guards' laughter pierced the gloom, a chorus to the symphony of suffering. "Lila?" Amaru's voice broke through the chaos, raw and drenched in despair. "Run! Save yourself!" But how could she? How could any of us? We were all trapped in this inferno of an existence, where the specter of torture danced in the corners of our minds. The drum rolled closer, heartbeat sinking with its ominous approach, echoing a rhythm steeped in dread. I felt my breath hitch, caught in my throat as visions of the past flooded my mind. The first time I had stumbled upon a record of these tortures, the way the word spun in my head like a gruesome lullaby: impalement, flaying, the infamous saw, each method a sordid chapter in the annals of human cruelty. I often imagined what it might be like to bear witness to such horrors, but standing there, I was consumed by the reality of it. Lila's resolve crumbled, and I saw the split-second decision written across her face. She dashed forward, a wild spirit in a storm, but before she could reach him, a guard seized her by the arm, throwing her to the ground. "You think your tears matter here? You think they'll save him?" he sneered, his breath hot and rancid. She looked up at him, fury igniting a fire in her eyes, but it flickered against the reality of their situation, her love, her brave defiance, nothing more than feathers against steel. "Amaru!" Her voice rose, a desperate plea, a prayer to the cosmos. The world slowed, time bending to the weight of her anguish. The drum loomed like a dark star, a harbinger of doom, a reminder that in this place, love offered no sanctuary. I wanted to shout, to scream at the heavens, to invoke the forces of fate to intervene, but I remained paralyzed, a bystander caught in a web of horror. And then it began, the sound, the grinding of wood as Amaru's body was pulled taut, limbs straining against the inevitable. I could almost hear the snapping of sinew, the wailing of souls long lost to the dark, a cacophony of despair that echoed against the walls of time. I felt each crack in my bones, each moment stretching into eternity. A moment stretched and twisted until it became something grotesque, a nightmare unfolding in real time. "Stop!" Lila screamed, her voice a fragile glass shattering against the ground of despair. But none would listen. Not the gods, not the men who reveled in the power of suffering. I remember the way her body slumped, defeated, the fire extinguished from her gaze. The world blurred around us, lost in a haze of anguish. I stood there, woven into the fabric of their tragedy, a silent observer to a symphony of pain. I was mired in the weight of a history that haunted me, a darkness that pulsed with every heartbeat. And in that moment, I realized, this was not just Amaru's fate or Lila's struggle. This was the legacy of a civilization, draped in shadows where the sorrow of the past seeped into the present, where every scream echoed against the walls, demanding to be heard. And as the drum's final thud reverberated through the air, I felt an overwhelming sense of futility, like a clock ticking down to a moment that would never arrive. The world spun on, indifferent to the ruins of love and hope, leaving behind only whispers of what could have been. And somewhere in the depths of that despair, I knew this was not the end. The cycle of violence, the echoes of suffering, would ripple forward, binding us all to a fate we couldn't escape. In the silence that followed, the shadows wrapped around me, and I could almost hear the whispers of those who had come before, warning me of the ghosts that lingered in the corners of our history, ready to ensnare the unwary in their eternal dance of despair. The sun hung low in the sky, a blood-red orb bleeding its hue into the dust-swirled streets of Jerusalem, where shadows stretched long like dark fingers grasping at the heart of the people. The air was thick, heavy with anticipation, and the stench of sweat and fear clung to every stone. They came, a procession of broken spirits, drawn to the hill of Golgotha like moths to the flame. I remember the cries. The wails of mothers, the whispers of the faithful, each voice a dagger in the tense atmosphere. They all gathered, eyes wide, hearts pounding, as if they could will the sun to hide behind clouds, hide from the horror that was about to unfold. And there was Simon, caught in the crowd, his palms sweaty and his heart racing. He stood tall, a fisherman turned rebel, his soul steeped in doubt yet fiery with loyalty. He had seen too much, the betrayals, the bloodshed, the sacrifices made in the name of a tortured hope. His eyes darted between the soldiers with their ironclad authority, the women who clutched their children tightly, and the man at the center, barely recognizable. His heart was a tempest, raging within him, demanding answers. Why this man? Why here? Why now? Simon felt the weight of the world pressing down on him, every heartbeat a reminder of the choices that had led him to this dark moment. Then there was Miriam, her heart like a pendulum swinging between despair and anger. She pushed through the throng, her determination fierce as she fought to keep her composure. Her mind echoed with memories of laughter, of hope whispered in secret, now overshadowed by the cruel reality before her. She had loved him, this man who stood condemned between heaven and earth. She had poured her heart into every glance, every prayer. But love was a cruel trickster, it flared like fire and burned down to ashes, leaving only the phantom of warmth behind. Each step toward him felt like walking through a graveyard of her own dreams, every heartbeat an echo of grief. Look at him, a voice cut through the air, sharp and accusatory, as the accused man stumbled under the weight of the cross. A scourge of thorns pressed cruelly into his brow, like a crown of barbed wire. He fell, the thud hollow and sickening, and a collective gasp rose from the crowd like a storm brewing. Simon's heart seized. That fall was not just a physical collapse, it was the very world crashing down. Miriam pushed forward, her voice trembling as she called out his name, a desperate plea that sliced through the chaos. Jesus! That single word hung in the air, heavy with longing and laced with despair. Time slowed, as if the universe paused to remember all the moments wrapped in that name, in miracles, laughter, whispered promises. But now, her voice was swallowed by the screams, the jeers, the mocking laughter of soldiers who'd forgotten their humanity amidst the grind of power and control. The soldiers, grim shadows of authority, barked orders, words like knives, cutting through the brittle fabric of the morning. Simon felt a surge of fury, a deep, primal instinct to leap forward, to shove aside the armored brutes who dared to treat this sacred moment as a sport. But as he stepped closer, he hesitated. What could he do? He was just a man, one voice lost in a cacophony of hate and despair. His fists clenched, his breath came in ragged gasps. He remembered the stories of old, of battles fought for the righteousness of a cause. But this was not a battle, this was a slaughter, a senseless execution that left a bitter taste in his mouth. The crowd surged, a living beast of confusion and anger, and he felt their collective pulse racing, a rhythm of despair echoing in the marrow of his bones. He looked at Miriam, her face a mask of anguish, and in that moment, their eyes met, a spark of understanding. They were both trapped in this nightmare, tied together by the threads of love unraveled and splintered. She reached out, her fingers brushing against his, and for an instant, the chaos faded. Their connection was a flicker of light in the suffocating darkness, a heartbeat against the pounding chaos. Then the nails came, glinting under the sun like malignant stars. Each strike echoed like a gunshot in Simon's chest, reverberating through the very essence of his being. The sound was visceral, raw, and unyielding. It was a horrific symphony orchestrated by a society too afraid to acknowledge its own sins. The cries of the condemned man pierced through the din, a scream that transcended language, a cry that ripped through the fabric of reality itself. It was a sound that would haunt them all, woven into their souls forever. Miriam fell to her knees, the dust swirling around her, clinging to her skin like despair. As she watched the life drain from his eyes, she felt a part of herself die too. This was love, the painful, exquisite agony of losing someone who embodied all her hopes. She gasped, a shuddering breath that felt like razor blades against her throat. Why? She whispered, the question tumbling from her lips, a prayer and a curse intermingled. Why? Simon echoed, his voice a low growl. It was a question that carried the weight of generations, the weight of empires that rose and fell, built on dreams and shattered promises. He felt the darkness closing in, the suffocating silence wrapping around him like a shroud. Time felt fractured, as if he was caught in the spinning of a clock whose hands had lost their way. The final blow landed, an act of cruelty that felt like the extinguishing of a star. The crowd gasped, a collective intake of breath so profound it could shatter the very earth. Pain and grief merged into something unbearable, a storm of emotion that twisted and coiled within them, threatening to tear them apart. And in that moment, Simon understood. The crucifixion wasn't just an execution, it was a mirror held up to their own lives, to the choices they made, the suffering they allowed. It was a reflection of their own failures, their own complicity in a world that thrived on despair. As darkness descended, the earth trembled, and the sky wept tears of blood. The shadows danced, whispering secrets of anguish and loss. Miriam's heart shattered, shards of glass embedding deep within her soul. The man she loved hung bleeding, a broken figure against the heavens, a haunting reminder of humanity's darkest depths. And Simon, standing at the precipice of despair, felt the weight of the world crash down upon him, the burden of a history stained with blood, with screams echoing endlessly in the void. They stood there, two lost souls adrift in a sea of agony, witnessing a moment that would ripple through time, an act of cruelty that would birth 1,000 hopes, 1,000 fears. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness fell, but within it lay the flicker of something more, an ember, waiting to ignite. In the hushed stillness of a cold stone chamber, a heavy door creaks open, its groan echoing like a funeral dirge. The air is thick with the weight of dread, and shadows flicker uneasily, whispering secrets of things better left unspoken. I stand there, heart pounding, sweat slick on my brow, as the iron behemoth looms before me, the Iron Maiden. Its grotesque form, a grotesque embrace, promises salvation, or damnation. This is no ordinary sight, it is a stark reminder of human cruelty, a grinning skull draped in the tattered rags of morality. And there, beneath the flickering torchlight, stands Agnes, a young woman with a heart full of rebellion yet shackled by fear. Her eyes dart toward the Iron Maiden, flickering like candles caught in a storm. What if it's true? She breathes, voice trembling. I can see the tremors coursing through her, the weight of a decision pressing down like the very iron that encases the damned. Her hair clings to her face, damp with uncertainty. She's torn between the safety of submission and the thrilling terror of defiance. "Do you really think they'll use it?" murmurs Thomas, his voice a low rasp, filled with a dark curiosity that betrays his own hidden dread. He stands tall, yet his shoulders sag under an invisible burden. Once a jester in the court, he now wears the mask of a reluctant observer, his charm dulled by the grim reality before him. Memories dance in his mind, laughter echoes faintly, a cruel reminder of joy in an age of despair. It's just a tale, a story told to frighten the weak, isn't it? But I remember the stories, the chilling accounts, the gasps of the crowd as they watched the macabre performance unfold. I remember the ghosts of the past lingering in the air, their whispers clawing at the edges of my sanity. The Iron Maiden is not just a device, it is a vessel of anguish, a cruel irony of beauty and horror entwined. Its surface gleams like a sinister jewel, adorned with intricate designs that mock the very idea of art. Agnes steps closer, her trembling fingertips brushing the cold metal, and I can feel the shivers that run through her. "What if it opens?" she asks, her breath a ghostly whisper, a prayer to the darkness. "What if someone is trapped inside?" Her gaze meets mine, pleading for reassurance that I cannot provide. The Iron Maiden stands sentinel, its gaping maw poised to swallow whole any who dare step too close. It is both a warning and an invitation, a siren call to the damned. Thomas glances at me, eyes wide. "You think they ever used it?" "Practically." His voice is tinged with a mix of fascination and horror, a morbid curiosity pulling him in. There's something primal in his gaze, a hunger for history that screams beneath the surface. I mean, how could they? The human body, it's too fragile. Yet, I can see the intrigue battling with revulsion, and it stirs something deep within me, a desire to confront the darkness that binds us all. Fragile. I murmur, savoring the taste of the word as it lingers in the air. Fragile like trust? Like hope? We build our lives on precarious dreams, yet one moment can shatter everything. I can feel my heart quicken. The Iron Maiden is not merely a relic of brutality, it embodies the fragility of existence itself. With each heartbeat, we teeter on the precipice between the living and the dead, between love and despair. A chill wraps around us, and I can almost hear the echoes of the past, a symphony of screams, the wails of the forgotten. I see flashes of faces, some twisted in agony, others in a grimace of acceptance. The Iron Maiden has consumed lives, turned the innocent into specters, and I wonder if it knows the stories it carries within its cold embrace. I shudder. This is not just a device of torture, it is a tapestry woven with pain and silence, a monument to humanity's darkest urges. Agnes stumbles back, breath hitching as she catches a glimpse of the glistening spikes inside, hunger incarnate waiting for flesh to yield. What would it feel like, she whispers, her voice breaking, as if the very thought unleashes something primal within her. To be trapped, the pain. Is it overwhelming? Or is it peaceful? Peaceful. The word hangs in the air, a lie that we all know too well. We cling to it in our darkest hours, hoping against hope that even in despair, we might find solace. But there's no solace here, not in this chamber of horrors, not before a device designed for suffering. The Iron Maiden promises neither peace nor mercy, it offers only the raw, unyielding truth of our existence. And suddenly, the moment crystallizes into clarity. It's not just about the device, it's about us, our choices, our fears, and the inevitable approach of our own mortality. As Thomas's eyes dart back to the Iron Maiden, I can see the flicker of understanding settle deep within him. It's not just an object, he says slowly, the weight of realization pressing on his shoulders. It's a reflection of what we are capable of, our darkest desires. We stand together, caught in this surreal moment, the world outside fading into nothingness. The chamber feels smaller, the shadows stretching as if they wish to consume us whole. I can feel sweat trickling down my spine, the tension thick enough to slice. The Iron Maiden seems alive, breathing in the fear that fills the space, feeding off the very essence of our humanity. Agnes steps back, her breath quickening, her heart a wild drum beating against her ribcage. We can't let it win, can we? She whispers, a fierce spark igniting in her eyes, a ghost of defiance lingering there. We can't allow this to become our fate. As if in answer, the Iron Maiden stands defiantly, its door ajar, the shadows within beckoning with a promise of despair. The question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken fears. Can we confront the darkness? Can we resist the lure of despair, the temptation to succumb to our own nightmares? Time drips like wax from a burning candle, each moment stretching into eternity. The Iron Maiden watches, waiting for us to make a choice, for fear to paralyze us or for courage to ignite a fire within our souls, pushing us toward the abyss. And as I stand there, heart racing, knowing the darkness is not just a tale from a distant past but a living, breathing thing, I realize the Iron Maiden is just the beginning. The door creaks, shadows whisper, and the air is thick with the promise of what lies ahead. The tension swells, a storm brewing, and I know this moment is merely a prelude, a haunting reminder that the battle against our demons is far from over. The air was thick with a stench that clawed at the throat. The crowd gathered like vultures, their murmurs a low, simmering tide, a sea of anticipation and dread. Shadows danced against the flickering torches, casting grotesque shapes over the cobbled stones of the square. At the center, a wooden wheel lay, darkened by time and stained with history, an instrument of torment, a canvas upon which the human body would be broken into a grotesque symphony of agony. I remember her scream, sharp and piercing, slicing through the murmur like a knife through flesh. Ilara, the girl with eyes like storm clouds, had been caught stealing bread. Her fate was already sealed. She stood, hands bound, the rope biting into her delicate wrists, her spirit still flickering like a candle caught in a tempest. She was not just a thief, she was a sister, a daughter, a dreamer with a heart full of hope, now drowning in despair. "Why?" she whispered, her voice trembling like a leaf in the wind. I caught her gaze, wide and pleading, and for a moment, time stretched, everything else faded, the crowd, the wheel, the impending doom. I could almost taste her fear, bitter like burnt sugar, filling the air around us. She wasn't just afraid of the wheel, she was terrified of what it meant. Across the square, a figure loomed, Gerard, the executioner, a shadow draped in leather and malice. His eyes were cold, unyielding, as if he had made peace with the darkness that twisted in his soul. Each swing of his hammer sent reverberations through the crowd, a morbid drumbeat of inevitability. You might think him a monster, but in the dim recesses of his heart lay a man who had lost himself to the very profession that had once seemed noble. He wielded the wheel like an artist, but his art was a blooded canvas of suffering. Ilara's breath quickened, a frantic rhythm that echoed my own. The world was closing in. I could hear the creak of the wheel, hear the whispers of those who had watched before, each name a ghost, each death a haunting melody. "I don't want to die," she said, her voice barely a whisper, and in that moment, I felt the weight of countless broken lives, lives that had once danced to laughter and love, now silenced by the clamor of a wheel that knew no mercy. I remember the first time I saw it, I thought, my mind racing back to distant echoes of my own youthful naivety. I was unprepared, a child with eyes full of stars, believing the world was kind. The wheel had gleamed under the sun, a sinister beauty, but now it was a monster, hungry for flesh and bone. "Please, don't let it be like this," Ilara's words shattered through my reverie, and I was pulled back to the present, the horror unfolding before me. The crowd swayed forward, each face painted with morbid curiosity, eyes glittering with a mix of fear and fascination. They were not here for justice, they were here for spectacle, to see flesh rend and bone splinter. "Stop!" I wanted to scream, to lunge forward, to protect her from the inevitable. But my feet were leaden, my heart a drum in a symphony of despair. I am one among many, a mere spectator in this dark play, trapped in a theater of despair, where every act ended in tragedy. The wheel turned slowly, a cruel mockery of fate. Ilara was placed against it, the cold wood pressing into her back, a reminder of the reality that awaited her. Her breath came in ragged gasps, each one a fragile thread, desperately clinging to hope. I could see the glimmer of tears in her eyes, shimmering like shards of glass catching the last light of day. For a moment, she looked at me again, and in that gaze, I understood. We were all prisoners here, bound by the chains of our own making, fear, anger, hopelessness. "Will you remember me?" she asked, a flicker of defiance igniting in her spirit. She wasn't just a reflection of fear, she was a beacon of resilience, and in that moment, I felt something shift within me, a small spark of rebellion igniting in my chest. I could be her witness, the one who carried her name into the night, a ghost that would haunt the wheel, haunting its edges with the truth of her existence. But Gerard moved closer, the hammer raised, the crowd stilled, anticipation coiling tight like a noose. With a brutal swing, the world narrowed down to a heartbeat, a single moment stretched into eternity. The sound of wood striking bone echoed through the square, a sickening thunder that left my heart in tatters. I remember the way the crowd gasped, an intake of breath, a collective shudder. I remember the way Ilara's scream fractured the air, reverberating in every soul present, an anguished melody that entwined with the shadows, leaving a mark deeper than the blood that pooled around the wheel. The wheel didn't just break her body, it shattered the silence, unraveling a tapestry of sorrow that had long been woven into the fabric of our existence. As her spirit faded, I felt a crushing weight settle in my chest, a grief so raw it was almost unbearable. I was left standing in that square, the cries of the crowd a haunting echo, a reminder of all the lives that had been fed to the wheel, each one a story severed too soon. And yet, the wheel would turn again, for death is an insatiable beast, and the world would always seek its offering. Ilara's memory would linger, a ghostly flame flickering in the darkness. I would carry her name, her scream, the echo of her defiance, an indelible mark on my soul. The wheel would keep spinning, but I refused to let the silence swallow her whole. Her story would live on, entwined with the shadows, haunting the edges of my mind, forever a reminder of the fragility of life and the brutality of fate. In that moment, standing among the throng of spectators, I understood the true horror of the breaking wheel. It was not merely the physical torment it inflicted, but the emotional scars it carved into the hearts of all who bore witness. And as the echoes of Ilara's final breath faded into the night, I realized that the wheel had not just broken her, it had forged an unbreakable bond between us, a shared sorrow that would echo through time, a whisper of defiance against the darkness, forever intertwined with the fragile threads of mortality. The air hung heavy, cloying with the scent of smoke and fear. Flames danced hungrily, licking the sky, casting flickering shadows that seemed alive, taunting the gathered crowd. They stood there, eyes wide, mouths agape, a tightly wound coil of anticipation and dread. The sun dipped below the horizon, but the fire was a false sun, a terrible and relentless light illuminating the dark corners of the human soul. I remember the weight of that moment, the way it pressed down on my chest. I stood among them, bodies pressed close, a thrumming mass of humanity, yet utterly alone. Every heartbeat echoed like thunder in my ears, drowning out the whispers of those around me. Which, they murmured, their voices a chorus of accusation, a chorus of fear. I remember the feeling of my heart racing, the confusion mingled with a desperate urge to scream, to shout, "It's not true! It's not true," but my voice was lost in the cacophony of judgment. In the center of this chaos stood Eliza, her figure bound, a defiant silhouette against the furious blaze. Her eyes glimmered, a storm of rage and despair swirling within them. I had known her, once, before the nightmare took hold, a friend, a sister in spirit. She had laughed as we wove wildflowers into crowns, her laugh like silver bells, bright and clear. But laughter was a distant memory now, eclipsed by the weight of false accusations and the relentless hunger of a town gripped by fear. I remember, Eliza's voice, though hoarse, rang with an unyielding strength. I remember the nights we danced beneath the moon, unafraid of whispers. Her words pierced the crowd, yet they were deaf to her truth. They had chosen to forget the warmth of friendship, the innocence of youth. It was easier to believe in monsters lurking in the shadows than to confront the darkness in their own hearts. Beside me, Thomas, a man twisted into a shape of his former self, trembled. The guilt etched deep in his brow spoke of a betrayal he couldn't bear to acknowledge. He had been Eliza's lover once, the laughter of their shared moments now replaced by a choking silence, a rift carved deep by the tide of hysteria sweeping through the community. I could see him willing himself to step forward, to take her hand one last time, but fear held him back, a fear sharper than any blade, more potent than the flames that would soon consume her. "This isn't how it ends," he whispered, his voice trembling like the leaves on a windless day. "I won't let it end like this." But his words were a feeble candle flickering in the hurricane. The pyre loomed closer, a heartless sentinel, the wood piled high, soaked in oil, eager to ignite. And then the townsfolk turned, their faces marred with a grotesque blend of curiosity and malice. They had come not to save but to witness a spectacle. I could feel their eyes on me, raw and piercing, as if I were the next to be consumed by their insatiable hunger for punishment. My pulse quickened, I was a mere spectator, and yet I felt the weight of their gaze, their judgment, as though I too were implicated in this dreadful play. I remember the innocence of dreams. Eliza shouted now, her voice rising above the coarse, mocking laughter. I remember when love was worth more than a fleeting glance. It was as if she was casting a spell, her words reaching out, clawing at the hearts of those who stood against her. I could see the flicker of doubt in some of their eyes, a brief shudder as they wrestled with their own guilt, but it was fleeting, swallowed whole by the fervor of mob mentality. Then, with a suddenness that stole my breath, Thomas stepped forward, breaking free from the shackles of his fear. "Stop," he cried, his voice echoing across the square like a gunshot. The crowd fell silent, shocked, as he reached for Eliza, desperation etched across his features. "You can't do this. She is not a witch. She is silence." The voice of the town's magistrate cut through the air, sharp and cold. His authority snuffed out any flicker of rebellion. The townspeople shifted, their resolve returning like a tide, drowning out Thomas's pleas. "She has been found guilty by the will of the people. The pact is sealed." In that moment, the world narrowed, the flames a swirling vortex, drawing me in. I felt the heat against my skin, the crackling of wood, the sharpness of the smoke invading my lungs. I was drowning, and yet, above it all, Eliza stood resolute, her chin lifted defiantly, eyes blazing with a fire that rivaled the pyre itself. She was a phoenix in the face of annihilation, and I was a coward, watching from the sidelines. "I remember," she continued, her voice trembling but fierce. "I remember, there was a time when we believed in magic, in love, in the good of the human heart." Her words hung in the air, heavy and potent, as if they could unravel the threads of hatred binding the crowd. I remember when you were not afraid of your own shadows. But shadows were all they could see now, and Eliza's memory was a ghost slipping through their fingers, lost to the flames that roared in eager anticipation. The magistrate raised his hand, signaling the executioners, the merciless hands that would carry out the town's wrath. Thomas's face crumpled, and I could see the fight slipping from him like sand through desperate fingers. "Eliza," he breathed, a whisper of despair. "I'm so sorry." And in that moment, the fire roared, igniting around Eliza, her silhouette framed against the blaze, a martyr for the truth that would never be spoken. I felt the heat wash over me, a sudden wave that tore through my insides, igniting a rage, a rebellion that had long been silenced. The flames danced, twisting and curling, but it was not just wood that burned, it was hope, innocence, the very fabric of our humanity, set alight by fear. I knew in that moment, this wasn't the end. This was just the beginning of a darkness that would haunt us all, a shadow cast long into the night, a scar that would never heal. In the heart of that pyre, as Eliza's voice rose in a defiant crescendo against the crackling chaos, a clock ticked somewhere, counting down to a reckoning we could scarcely comprehend. The air thickened with the fumes of despair and grief, binding us all together in a desperate, consuming flame. A ghostly silence fell over the crowd, and I, too, felt myself slipping into the abyss, caught in the cycle of persecution that had no end. I remember the chill of that night, the cold grip of fear threading through my veins, the heat of the fire reflecting the turmoil within. And as I stood there, helpless, I felt a whisper within me, an echo of Eliza's spirit rising through the smoke. Perhaps one day, the truth would ignite a fire of its own, a fire that could never be extinguished. The crowd is alive, a sea of shifting bodies and whispered gasps, their eyes reflecting the dying light of day as the gallows loom in the distance like a toothy grin. Shadows stretch long, casting sinister shapes, curling around the stones of the town square as if to wrap them in a chilling embrace. The air is thick, pregnant with tension and the iron tang of fear, a breath caught, an unyielding silence punctuated by distant cries of crows. I remember the moment. I stood among them, heart hammering like a blacksmith's iron against the anvil, each beat echoing a primal fear. I was supposed to be a spectator, but as the condemned man stepped forward, his figure silhouetted against the sky, something twisted inside me. He was not just a traitor, he was a man, a breathing, flawed creature with a life reduced to a single moment of betrayal. I could see the flicker of defiance in his eyes, battling the inevitable. His name was Thomas, a common name for an uncommon fate. I remember the tales of his bravery, how he had once rallied the townsfolk against injustice, wielding passion like a sword. His face was familiar, the line of his jaw, the way he shuffled his feet as if they weighed more than stone. Yet, here he was, stripped of dignity, a scapegoat for those who would escape the gallows of their own treachery. I stood with Margaret, her hand clasping mine, her knuckles white with fear. She breathed heavily, as if every inhale drew the life from her. "Why do they do this?" she whispered, her voice a haunting echo, raw with rage and sorrow. "Why do they take a man like this, and tear him apart?" "Because they can," I replied, though I wished the words could shatter the silence. "Because fear is easier than understanding." The executioner, a figure draped in darkness, moved with a grace that belied the horror of his task. I watched, transfixed, as he raised the grim tools of his trade, an axe gleaming under the dimming sun, a knife, sharp and unyielding, and a set of ropes that seemed to writhe with their own malevolent intent. Every item a symbol of power. Each swing of the blade, a dance with death, choreographed by the very hands that held the strings of fate. I wanted to scream, to run, to pull Margaret away from this morbid spectacle. But my feet were rooted, frozen in a horror I couldn't escape. As the rope tightened around Thomas's neck, the world fell silent, the cacophony of the crowd drowned beneath the weight of despair. I could almost hear his heartbeat, a desperate drum against the certainty of execution. "I remember the stories of old," I murmured, searching for solace in memory. "How the gallows were once a warning, a display of justice. But look at us now, spectators at a macabre circus. We've become the very monsters we feared." Margaret turned, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. "This isn't justice," she said, her voice trembling like the leaves of a willow in a storm. "This is cruelty, a public display of power." As the hangman prepared for the final act, time seemed to fold in on itself. I could feel the weight of history crushing down, an echo of the countless souls who had faced their end in this very spot. The ghosts of the past whispered in the wind, their lament swirling around me, wrapping me in a shroud of grief. The air was thick with the scent of sweat and soil, a reminder that we are all dust, waiting to return to the ground. The moment came, a heartbeat suspended in time. The trapdoor fell away, and silence shattered like glass. I saw Thomas's body jerk, the final flickers of life ignited in a desperate struggle. My breath caught, my heart wrenched. I felt Margaret's nails dig into my palm, a physical reminder that I was alive, even as death unfolded before us. And yet, in that horror, I clung to the flicker of hope ignited by his defiance. Thomas would not die a coward. His death would not be in vain. Even as the crowd gasped, the whispers of the brave began to rise, echoing through the shadows. Each voice, a defiance against tyranny. Each chant, a prayer for justice. I remember the sudden burst of energy, a crackling tension as the townsfolk began to rally. "You cannot silence us," a voice cried, rising above the clamor. It was a voice of the forgotten, the oppressed. It was the beginning of a rebellion, the spark igniting a fire. But the hangman, unfazed by the uprising, moved to the next phase, a grotesque spectacle of drawing and quartering that no soul should witness. Arms and legs bound, Thomas was to be torn asunder, a grim reminder of the lengths to which those in power would go to maintain control. The crowd surged, an animalistic roar rising from the depths of despair, a cacophony of rage and heartbreak. Margaret turned to me, her eyes wild with emotion. "This isn't the end. We can't let them do this." A part of me wanted to agree, wanted to join the fray, to wrench him from the clutches of death. But another part trembled, paralyzed by the fear of what would follow. Would our defiance be met with cruelty even more insidious than death itself? As the hangman raised his blade once more, I felt the world shrink, the darkness closing in. The glint of steel became a distorted reflection of the chaos within me. I was afraid, yes, but even more, I was angry. Angry at the injustice, the cruelty, the apathy that had allowed this to happen. And as I stood there, my heart thundering, I felt the pulse of the crowd sync with mine, the heartbeat of rebellion, a surge of life in the face of death. I remember the moment Thomas's strength became our own, a rallying cry echoing in our souls, binding us together against the inevitable. We were more than spectators now, we were witnesses, poised on the precipice of change. The stage was set, the final act had begun. In that fleeting moment, I understood, this was not just Thomas's fate. It was ours. And as the executioner swept his blade down, I felt the world tilt, a new beginning rising from the ashes of despair. A revolution was brewing, a story written not just in blood, but in defiance. Together, I whispered, gripping Margaret's hand tighter. We will not forget. And as the first cries of rebellion broke the night, I knew, this was just the beginning. The whispers of the past mingled with the courage of the present. We were woven into this tapestry of fate, each thread a story, each heartbeat a promise. Tomorrow, the sun would rise again, and we would rise with it, unbroken. The moon hung low, a pale witness to the suffering about to unfold. In the musty air of the dimly lit chamber, the scent of fear mingled with the metallic tang of impending violence. Shadows danced along the stone walls, flickering like ghosts in a fever dream. I remember the stillness before the storm, the way time stood still, a taut bowstring ready to snap. There were 3 of us in the cold room, the air heavy with dread: Gideon, his eyes wild with terror; Ilara, her face a mask of quiet rage; and me, caught between them, heart pounding like a war drum. Gideon was trembling, the kind of shivering that comes from knowing you are at the precipice of something unspeakable. His fingers grazed the cold, hard surface of the table, where tools lay like unholy relics, waiting for the moment they would gleefully dig into flesh. "I can't let this happen," Gideon whispered, his voice cracking. Desperation laced every syllable, but what could he do? He was a coward in a world that demanded bravery, a man whose heart thrummed with fear louder than any drumbeat of war. Ilara's eyes were fierce, a storm gathering within. "You think they'll stop at him?" she hissed, stepping close enough to Gideon that I could feel the heat radiating from her body. If we don't act now, they'll come for us next. They'll flay us alive, skin us like rabbits. There was a poetic edge to her words, sharp enough to cut through the thick tension that enveloped us. I barely breathed, caught in the web of their emotions, the woven threads of fear and rage tightening around my chest. I remember the nightmare I had last night, the echo of screams reverberating in my ears, a cacophony of torment that pulled me from sleep with a jolt. It was all so vivid, so real, I felt the chill of the room seep into my bones, reminding me that pain was just around the corner, lurking like a predator in the dark. But the truth was far worse than my dreams. We were to witness a punishment designed to extinguish the spirit, to carve out the very essence of a man, leaving behind only a husk. The thought gnawed at me, a relentless hunger for escape. I remember the tales, whispered in the dark corners of taverns, of how skinning was not merely a punishment but an art form, an intricate dance of agony and despair. Each slice was meant to be a lesson, a cruel reminder of what happened to those who dared defy authority. Gideon's voice trembled again. They can't, but the protest faded into the thick air, swallowed by the looming dread. His hands were fists now, but fists could only tremble. They were useless against a fate so cruel. Elara clenched her jaw, a flicker of resolve igniting in her gaze. We can't let fear mute our voices. We need to fight back. I could see it in her, a fire burning bright and fierce. Yet even fire can burn out, and I wondered if hers would be enough to ignite the dying embers of Gideon's courage. As the door creaked open, a cold gust swept through the room, extinguishing the flickering candlelight, plunging us into darkness. There they stood, figures cloaked in shadows, the executioners. Their presence alone felt like a death sentence, the weight of their intent palpable in the air, suffocating. "Bring him," one snarled, his voice a raspy whisper that curled around the edges of my sanity. My heart raced, a wild stallion ready to bolt. They dragged him in, Marcus, whose laughter had once filled our lives with light, now silenced by the chains that clinked ominously, a morbid melody. I remember the moment our eyes met, a fraying thread of connection binding us in that suffocating darkness. His gaze was pleading, a silent scream echoing in the cavern of uncertainty. I wanted to scream back, to tell him we would find a way, that we wouldn't let this happen. But the words caught in my throat, the weight of hopelessness pressing down, heavy and unyielding. One of the executioners stepped forward, a twisted grin stretching across his face. "Tonight, we shall teach you the price of defiance." He held up a gleaming knife, glinting ominously under the pale moonlight that seeped through the cracks in the stone. A tool of torture, an artist's brush dipped in fear, ready to carve a masterpiece of suffering. I felt the world tilt, the ground beneath me shifting as if reality itself was unraveling. The echoes of Marcus's laughter resonated in my mind, each note a haunting reminder of what was at stake. I remember, I wanted to shout, "When we were free!" But freedom felt like a distant memory, fading like the light in the room. As the knife hovered above Marcus, time seemed to stretch, each second an eternity. Fear coiled tighter around my heart, squeezing until I could barely breathe. Elara stepped forward, propelled by a mix of defiance and desperation. "You won't take him," she shouted, fierce and unyielding as a tempest. But they were relentless, shadows that thrived on despair, and I could only watch as the blade descended. The first slice was swift, a clean cut that echoed through the chamber, a visceral sound that made my stomach churn. I could feel every heartbeat, every gasp of pain as if they were my own. Gideon crumpled to the ground, a broken man, while Elara's screams pierced the air, raw and unfiltered. I remember the taste of bile rising in my throat, the heat of anger flooding my veins. There was no stopping it now, the horror unfolding before us like a nightmarish painting, each stroke darker than the last. The room transformed into an echo chamber of agony, the walls absorbing every cry, every plea for mercy. I was paralyzed in my own silence, caught in a maelstrom of emotions, rage, fear, heartbreak. Yet, amid the chaos, I felt a flicker of something else. It was a spark, a flickering hope that perhaps we could rise from the ashes of this madness. As the knife descended again, I realized I was not just watching, I was a part of this moment, our fates intertwined. The tension crackled, sharp as the blade that sliced through flesh. Marcus's face twisted in agony, but in that moment, I felt a strange clarity. This was not just about him. It was about us, our fight, our refusal to be silenced by fear. I remember what it means to stand against the dark. The world around us may shatter, but our spirits could rise, deep and defiant. As the screams echoed on, I knew this was far from over. The night was long, and the shadows were still hungry. Silence pressed like a weight on the chest, and in that suffocating stillness, the world outside ceased to exist. I stood there, staring at the gleam of metal, the blade glinting under the dim light of the flickering bulb, an ominous promise of what was yet to come. The air thickened, a heavy concoction of dread and anticipation as James gripped the wooden handle, his knuckles white against the rising heat of the moment. He was a man torn between loyalty and survival, caught in a web of shadows he had woven himself. I remember the first time I saw him, the way he moved through the world like a ghost, haunted yet determined. His eyes held a flicker of something, fear, perhaps, or maybe defiance. But now they were hollow, mirrors reflecting the chaos of his soul. My heart thundered in my chest as I glanced over at Sarah, her face a mask of anguish, lips trembling, tears pooling in the corners of her eyes. She had fought so hard to keep us together, but now, the distance stretched between us like a chasm, threatening to swallow everything whole. "Do it," she whispered, her voice cracking, raw and vulnerable. It was a command, yet it echoed with desperation. She didn't want to watch, but she couldn't look away. Her love for James bound her to this moment, yet the fear of losing him, of losing everything they had fought for, twisted her heart in ways I couldn't bear to imagine. The blade beckoned like a siren, whispering tales of freedom, of release. But freedom was a lie, it always had been. I could see it in the way James held the saw, how he trembled, not from fear of the act, but from the weight of the choice. Each breath came heavy with consequence, the air thick with the smell of sweat and despair. "It's the only way," he muttered under his breath, as if trying to convince himself more than us. "Is it?" I dared to question, my voice barely a whisper, swallowed by the darkness that enveloped us. The question hung in the air, a tangible thing, heavy and suffocating. In that moment, time felt suspended, a cruel mockery of reality. I could hear the echo of my own heartbeat, a relentless drumbeat in the silence. Memories flooded my mind, each one a fragment of a life that felt like a dream. I remembered the laughter we shared, the sunlight filtering through the leaves as we picnicked in the park, the warmth of their hands in mine. But those moments now felt like distant stars, flickering out one by one, leaving us in this cold, dark void. James raised the saw, his hands shaking, and for a heartbeat, he hesitated. I saw the conflict etched on his face, the battle waging between his heart and his mind. "I can't," he breathed, the words cracking like glass in the stillness. But the choice had already been made. "Please," Sarah begged, stepping closer. Her voice was a fragile thread, stretching thin, ready to snap under the weight of despair. "We can find another way." "There's always another way." But James was beyond reason, lost in a vortex of his own making. The soaring motion began, slow and tortuous, the sound a grotesque symphony. Each scrape against flesh was a note, reverberating through the air, a chilling reminder of the life being carved away. I could feel the tension in the room, a taut string ready to snap, the air thickening with unholy anticipation. I wanted to scream, to run, to tear my heart out and throw it at the feet of the abyss that loomed before us. But I stood frozen, a statue of despair, caught in the web of this unthinkable moment. I remember, I whispered to myself, trying to anchor my thoughts to something real. I remember the way we used to dream, the way the world felt alive. But those dreams felt like ashes now, swirling in the air, mingling with the sound of the saw, the desperate plea of our souls echoing through the hollow space. And then, with a jarring lurch, the blade pierced through the final barrier, flesh yielding to metal in a sickening embrace. A gasp escaped Sarah's lips, a sound that reverberated through the air, a haunting wail that would linger long after the moment passed. Her heart broke in that instant, shattering like glass, the pieces scattering into the void. I turned away, unable to witness the unraveling, the slow death that had unfolded before us. The world outside continued its relentless march, but here, time had folded in on itself, leaving us suspended in agony. I felt as if I were drowning, the weight of our choices pulling me under, deeper into the cold abyss of despair. The blade continued its brutal dance, each stroke echoing a heartbeat, a reminder of the fragility of life, of the choices that had led us here. And amidst the chaos, I felt the pull of the cosmos, the vastness of existence pressing in on me, reminding me of my own insignificance. Here we were, three souls tangled in a web of desperation, fighting against the inevitable. In the distance, I could hear the clock ticking, a cruel reminder that time kept moving, that we were mere shadows in its wake. Each tick felt like a countdown to oblivion, a promise of the end that loomed just beyond the horizon. But the end was only the beginning, a cycle that would never cease, no matter how deep we fell into despair. And as the last drop of life slipped away, the darkness closed in around us, wrapping us in its unforgiving embrace, leaving only echoes of what once was a haunting reminder of love, loss, and the slow death we had chosen. The air is thick with desperation, a stench that curls into your nostrils like smoke, suffocating and unyielding. A single rat scuttles across the damp floor, its tiny heart racing, its beady eyes glinting with a primal fear that mirrors your own. You can almost hear the echo of its heartbeat, a frantic drum against the suffocating silence. It knows something you don't. And then there's Robert. He's confined in the corner, trembling, his back against the cold, unforgiving wall. His breaths are shallow, each inhale shudders with dread, the kind that gnaws at the edges of sanity. The shadows dance around him like cruel, taunting specters, whispering secrets of torment. He remembers the laughter, the warmth of a sunlit afternoon, now replaced by this stark, inescapable darkness, every joyful memory crushed under the weight of despair. I remember his eyes, wild and searching, like a man drowning in a sea of his own choices. Robert never meant to end up here, he was just a pawn in a game far larger than he could comprehend. Every decision he made, now a thread pulled taut, unraveling in the cruel light of this wretched place. Across the room, there's Sarah. Her fingers twitch, a nervous habit she can't seem to shake, even now. She stands at the cusp of madness, her heart pounding to the rhythm of unspeakable fear. The rat's scuttling feet create a symphony of terror around her, a reminder that pain has many forms, that suffering can be both physical and psychological. She feels the weight of Robert's gaze, filled with an unspoken apology, and it cuts her deeper than any blade. "I wish I could save you," she whispers, but the words are swallowed by the space between them. She remembers the last time they laughed, a fleeting moment before the world turned upside down. How could life be so cruel? How could it take something so beautiful and twist it into this grotesque nightmare? The rat pauses, quivering slightly, as if sensing the intensity of their despair. It's a symbol of survival, yet its very presence instills a chilling dread. What will happen next? What kind of monster would force this upon them? The silence stretches, an unbearable tension palpable in the air, throbbing like an open wound. Then, the door creaks open, and a figure looms in the doorway. A silhouette against the dim light, unfathomable, predatory. You can almost taste the malice, thick and rancid. The figure steps forward, revealing a face twisted with malevolence, a mask of cruelty that could have only been forged in the fires of hell. "Welcome to the show," it sneers, its voice dripping with mockery. "Let the fun begin." The words strike like a physical blow, and the room seems to spin. Robert's eyes widen with terror, and he grips Sarah's wrist, his fingers trembling. "Don't let them take me," he pleads, anguish radiating from him in waves. But there is nowhere to hide. The world collapses into this moment, and time stretches like a taut string, ready to snap. "Look at the little rat," the figure taunts, gesturing toward its namesake scuttling in the corner. "Do you know what happens when you put a rat in a cage with a man?" It laughs, a sound so cold it feels like ice pouring into their veins. Sarah's breath catches, her heart racing in tandem with Robert's. "Please, don't," but the plea hangs in the air, an offering to deaf ears. The figure approaches, its intentions dark and unfathomable. The rat, sensing the impending doom, becomes frantic, darting this way and that, as if searching for an escape that isn't there. Robert's grip tightens, panic flooding his voice. "They'll make you choose, Sarah. You know that, don't you?" And there it is, the truth, raw and biting. The game is always about choices, the cruelest of all being the ones that take away your humanity. The figure chuckles, a sickening sound filled with glee, as if relishing the despair unfolding before it. You've only to decide who will suffer first. For a moment, Sarah's mind races, grappling with the impossibility of it all. She recalls her childhood, the innocence of playing in the sun, the laughter that once filled her days now eclipsed by the specter of this horror. She wants to scream, to rail against the injustice of it, but the words are lodged in her throat, like the rat caught in its own trap. Which one of you will endure the darkness first? The figure croons, the glint in its eyes a promise of unspeakable pain. You both can't survive. Tension wraps around them like a vice, cruel and unyielding. The room becomes a cage, the walls closing in, suffocating. Robert's mind races, torn between self-preservation and the urge to protect Sarah. But how? What could he offer that could possibly outweigh the horror that looms? "I'll do it," he spits out, voice strained. "Just don't hurt her." Such noble sacrifice, the figure mocks, stepping closer, savoring the fear that seeps from them like a poison. The rat still scurries in the corner, its tiny heart pounding out a rhythm of survival, while Robert feels the marrow in his bones turn to ice. Sarah's breath grows shallow, a wave of adrenaline crashing through her veins. "No, Robert, don't," but the words are lost. She feels the walls of the room shift, dark shadows closing in, and the air thickens with despair. "Let's make it interesting," the figure laughs, and in that moment, time fractures, a kaleidoscope of terror and anguish spinning out of control. It's no longer just about survival, it's a twisted dance of hope and hopelessness, a cruel reminder that in the depths of despair, the darkest choices come alive. The rat, now frozen in an unsettling tableau, watches. And you, trapped in this whirlwind of emotion, feel every heartbeat, each breath, laced with the weight of impending doom. The confrontation looms like a specter, and everything hangs in the balance: fear, love, sacrifice, an intricate web of choices leading to an uncertain climax. The clock ticks, a heartbeat in the void, and you can't help but wonder, which path will they take? What darkness lies ahead as the line between sanity and madness blurs, and the echoes of their choices ripple into the night? The night was a blanket of black velvet, stitched with the faintest pinpricks of light. The odor of smoke curled through the air, thick and suffocating, mingling with the metallic scent of blood. It clung to the cobblestones like a haunting memory, snaking into the nostrils of all who walked too close to the castle walls. The moon hung low, a cruel witness to the horrors beneath it, casting long shadows that flickered like the last breaths of the damned. I remember the screams, sharp as glass shards, slicing through the oppressive silence. They echoed in my mind, relentless, a cacophony of despair and fury. I stood there, heart racing, feet rooted like ancient oaks, as a figure cloaked in darkness approached. Vlad himself, the infamous ruler, bore a face that could charm a serpent and chill the blood of a saint. His eyes, deep set and glimmering with a madness that made the night seem tame, locked onto mine. "Do you fear death?" he asked, his voice a low growl that rumbled like distant thunder. I didn't answer. I couldn't. There was something intoxicating about standing so close to a man whose very name struck terror in the hearts of noblemen and peasants alike. With every word, his breath seemed to wrap around my throat, squeezing, tightening. "You should." Then came the steel, sharp and cold, gleaming under the moonlight. The stake glistened, a grotesque promise of the fate that awaited the unfaithful, the traitorous, those who dared defy him. I could almost hear their thoughts, their visions of escape, their desperate prayers clawing at the fabric of the night. But Vlad had no compassion for the weak, he thrived on their anguish. The first victim stood before him, a trembling man whose eyes darted about like trapped birds. I could feel his panic, palpable, a living thing, clawing at my chest. His name was Stefan, once a friend, now a shadow of a man. "Please," he begged, voice trembling, but it fell on ears that had long forgotten the sound of mercy. I remember Stefan's eyes widening as the stake was raised, his body stiffening in futile defiance. The world slowed, time twisted like a serpent eating its own tail. Vlad's lips curled into a smile, more predatory than human. "You betrayed me," he hissed. "And now, you will know my wrath." The air crackled with anticipation, a tension so thick it could be sliced with a dagger. I wanted to turn away, to shield my heart from the horror, but I was rooted to the spot, a voyeur to this dark theater of humanity's basest fears. It was then that I glimpsed the softness beneath Vlad's brutality, a shattered boyhood, a soldier's grief transformed into a tyrant's rage. Was it madness or clarity that drove him? I wished I could understand. With a swift motion, the stake plunged into Stefan, piercing skin and sinew. A gasp escaped my lips, a sound lost to the night. I watched as he writhed, a marionette with its strings cut. The look on his face twisted from horror to realization, as if he finally understood the depths of treachery and fate. The world blurred around me, and I was caught between the grotesque unfolding before my eyes and the haunting echo of my own past choices. "Why?" I whispered, though no one was here to hear me. Vlad's methods were ruthless, yet there was an artistry to his cruelty, a ballet of torment that left spectators breathless, even as they choked on the stench of death. How could one man invoke such terror and awe? I was drawn to him, despite the bile rising in my throat. It was in his command, the way he wielded his power like a master painter with a brush. Each stroke, each execution, was a part of his grand design, a tapestry woven from blood and fear. But I remembered the rumors that whispered of his past, an innocent boy twisted by betrayal, his heart frozen in a vortex of sorrow. "Another lesson for the cowardly," Vlad declared, his voice booming, reverberating off the castle walls like a drumbeat of doom. The stake held Stefan aloft, a gruesome trophy that told a tale of loyalty severed and vengeance served. I could feel the weight of the world pressing down, how far we had fallen into this abyss, where humanity was a forgotten dream. But the horror did not end there. As if summoned by the cries of the dying, others began to emerge from the shadows, their faces a grim tableau of fear and compliance. I recognized them, hungry eyes staring into the void, men and women, once vibrant with life, now remnants of a defeated hope. They whispered his name like a prayer and a curse, caught in the web of his designs. They lived in constant dread of his wrath, but they also craved his approval, a paradox of fear and admiration that hung over the court like a heavy fog. "Do you see the beauty in it?" Vlad turned his gaze upon me, a flicker of madness sparking in his eyes. "Every soul, every scream, every drop of blood, it is all art. It is necessary." There was no denying the fire in his conviction, nor the darkness that flickered beneath the surface, a storm ready to erupt. The next victim stepped forward, a woman this time, her chin held high in defiance. She was brave, if not foolish. "I will not let you break me," she cried, voice fierce and unwavering. I could feel her strength, a beacon of resistance, but even the most radiant flame can be snuffed out. Vlad's smile widened, a wolf closing in on its prey. "Then you shall be the most beautiful of my artworks." As the stake found its mark once more, I felt my heart race. The world around me faded, merging into a chaotic symphony of agony and despair, echoing the depths of my own conflicted spirit. I wanted to scream, to awaken from this nightmare, yet I was chained to the reality of that moment, its weight anchoring me to the ground. In this realm of horror, I realized, we are all complicit. Each breath, each heartbeat, wove us into the narrative. The shadows loomed larger, haunted by the ghosts of choices long past. As the night deepened, I knew this was only the beginning, the first act of a tragedy that would leave scars etched on the very fabric of existence. And just as the dawn threatened to break, Vlad turned back to me, his gaze piercing, each word a dagger. "Are you ready to witness the truth?" In that moment, I understood. I was not merely an observer. I was part of this grotesque play, trapped in the methodology of a man whose heart beat to the rhythm of death itself. I remember the moment the air thickened, a suffocating silence wrapping around me like a shroud in that dim-lit courtyard. The moon hung low, a ghostly orb casting pale light on the stones, each one stained with centuries of secrets. A crowd murmured, a restless sea of faces flickering like shadows, eyes glinting with both horror and fascination. I stood there, heart pounding, feeling the weight of something unimaginable pressing down on my chest, a premonition of despair. It was here that the cries would rise, shrill and piercing, a symphony of pain and terror echoing through the night. I could almost taste the metallic tang of fear, sharp and suffocating. A figure cloaked in darkness moved through the throng, a specter of authority. His face was obscured, but I could see the glint of a blade reflecting the moonlight, a harbinger of suffering. This was Ling Kai, the death by 1,000 cuts, a punishment so unfathomable it felt like fiction, yet here it was, breathing and alive. I remember the trembling hands of my companion, Mai, as she fought to maintain her composure. She was not just a witness, she was entwined in this horror, for her brother, Li, had been condemned. The weight of their shared childhood flooded back to me, laughter during the day, dreams whispered beneath the stars. But now, those memories felt like daggers in her heart, twisting and turning. Li was innocent, yet innocence was not enough to escape this night. Why? Mai whispered, her voice breaking, raw and fragile as glass. Why must it be like this? I wanted to answer her, to give voice to the shadow of confusion and anger that enveloped me. I wanted to scream against the cruelty of fate. Instead, I could only grasp her hand tighter, feel the pulse of dread coursing through her, a rhythm that matched my own. The crowd pulsed, a heartbeat of collective anticipation, a morbid desire for spectacle. Then, there he was, Li, dragged forth by the guards, a broken marionette whose strings had been cut. His eyes met Mai's, and in that instant, a universe exploded between them. Love, pain, despair, everything they had ever shared crystallized into a moment that felt both infinite and fleeting. It was love that held the fragility of life, yet here, it felt like a cruel joke. I remember the way the guard gripped Li's arm, the muscles taut and brutal, the laughter of the crowd like knives slicing through the air. For treason, you will pay, the executioner intoned, each word laced with venom. You will feel every slice, every cut, until your soul begs for release. The crowd surged forward, a wave of grim anticipation. Gasps rippled through them like electricity. I could feel the pulse of their excitement, a grotesque hunger for the spectacle, each spectator wanting to grasp the horror and wear it like a badge of honor. I shivered, feeling the darkness creep into my bones, an icy dread that made my heart race. Li stood tall, defiance etched into his features. I wanted to reach out, to tell him he was not alone, but the space between us felt insurmountable. The blade flashed in the moonlight, a harbinger of the slow torment to come. Each cut would be a testament to his endurance, each slice a whisper of agony. My thoughts spiraled into chaos, memories of childhood laughter now twisted into nightmarish echoes. Mai, I whispered, but I was lost. The weight of the moment enveloped us, drowning out our voices. I could see the ghosts of their shared past swirling around them, a childhood spent in the shadow of an uncaring world, laughter exploding among fields of cherry blossoms. But now, those blossoms had withered, life had turned to ashes. The first slice came swift and merciless. Li gasped, the sound tearing through me like a blade. I clutched Mai's hand tighter, feeling her nails dig into my skin, a visceral reminder of our shared pain. The crowd surged again, a violent sea of faces contorting in twisted ecstasy, their hunger for suffering insatiable. Again, the blade bit deep, and with each cut, I felt myself fracture, piece by piece. I could see it, the way Li's body twisted, contorted, agony etching itself into his features. I wanted to turn away, to shield Mai from this horror, but I was rooted to the spot, a voiceless witness to a tragedy unfolding. Each slice of the blade was a heartbeat, a reminder that time was slipping through our fingers like sand. Remember me, Li gasped, the words a fragile thread connecting him to Mai, to life. It was not a plea for vengeance but a call to remember the laughter, the whispered dreams beneath the stars. I will, Mai cried out, her voice breaking, echoing in the night like a haunting refrain. I promise. But the crowd's frenzied roar drowned her words, a cacophony of bloodlust and anticipation. I felt the darkness close in, a suffocating blanket smothering every ounce of light. Each cut was a reminder that cruelty could wear many masks, and here, it wore the guise of justice. As the final blow fell, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd, a shudder that reverberated in my soul. Li crumpled to the ground, each breath a ghostly whisper of farewell. Mai fell to her knees, the weight of grief crashing over her like a tidal wave, raw and unyielding. Her sorrow pierced me, an anguish that nestled deep in my heart. I wanted to tell her it would be okay, but the words felt hollow, swallowed by the dark. The crowd began to disperse, satisfied, hungry for the next spectacle, yet I remained, a ghost among ghosts. As I wept, I felt the world shift around me, the moon slipping behind a cloud, concealing its light. In that moment, time became an illusion, and I wondered if I would ever escape this night, this horror that had fused into the marrow of my being. I remember the echoes of the past, the laughter, the dreams, now drowned in a sea of sorrow. Lin Kai was not just a punishment, it was a reminder of our fragility, a haunting refrain that would linger long after the echoes faded. The night consumed us, a shroud of darkness enveloping our hearts, leaving only the shadows of what once was, whispering a truth too deep to bear. The clock ticks, heavy, like a guillotine poised to fall. Each tick is a heartbeat, a pulse in this suffocating silence, each second dragging like molasses through the rusted gears of fate. I am here, standing in the heart of the storm, feeling the weight of the world squashing my chest, every breath a struggle against the oppressive gravity of justice. Samantha stands across the room, her eyes bright with unshed tears, shimmering like glass marbles in the dim light. She grips the edge of the table, knuckles white, as if holding on to the very fabric of her sanity. "I can't do this," she whispers, voice trembling, a thin thread of despair straining against the enormity of her choices. The shadows dance around her, flickering like ghosts of decisions past. I remember when she was full of laughter, light spilling from her lips like honey, but now? Now she's a broken vase, shards glinting dully in the shadows, every crack telling a tale of what was lost. And then there's Marcus, pacing back and forth like a caged lion. Every step he takes is heavy, each footfall echoing the turmoil within him. His jaw is clenched tight, teeth grinding like stones against each other, a storm brewing beneath his skin. "We have to go through with it," he says, voice sharp, like a knife cutting through the air. But I see the hesitation in his eyes, a chasm of fear masked by bravado. I remember when his smile could light up a room, how he used to dance under the stars, spinning dreams like silk. Now those dreams hang like forsaken laundry, heavy with the weight of what's to come. The walls close in, and I feel the pressure, a squeezing grip around my heart. The air here is thick, saturated with the scent of old wood and the memories of unspoken words. Outside, the city pulses, an unyielding beast of chaos and noise, sirens wailing like lost souls in the night. But inside, it's a tomb, filled with echoes of the past, reverberating like a ghostly melody in our minds. Justice is a hard mistress, and she demands her due. I remember the day it all began, the news that shattered our fragile peace. A name etched into the very marrow of my bones, Jason. An innocent caught in the crossfire of a world gone mad. I can still hear the whispers, the accusations, the scorn. A life snuffed out like the flickering flame of a candle, leaving behind only shadows and a heavy fog of despair. We have to be strong, I say, my voice low, almost a plea, hoping to ignite the flicker of resolve buried deep within Marcus. For Jason. For everything he lost. But the words feel hollow, bouncing off the walls, disappearing into the ether. I feel the weight of his gaze, a storm of guilt and righteousness battling for dominance. Marcus stops, eyes narrowing, fury igniting within them like a wildfire. He's gone, and nothing we do will bring him back. We're just playing into their hands. There's a spark of truth there, a bitter reminder that justice is often a cruel joke. The system, the courtrooms, the faceless judges, they all twist and turn like serpents, their intentions hidden beneath layers of lies. Samantha breaks down, the dam of her composure shattering into 1,000 pieces. And what if we're wrong? What if this is all for nothing? Her voice rises, raw and ragged, a wounded animal howling against the darkness. I cannot bear to see her like this, but the truth is almost worse. The weight of injustice is crushing us all, squeezing the life out of our dreams, our hopes, our very souls. Then we live with that, Marcus snaps, the fire in his voice a desperate plea for strength. We have to fight, or we let them win. He looks at me, his eyes pleading, as if my very existence can tip the scales of fate. I feel the crushing weight of expectation resting heavily on my shoulders, and I want to scream, to shake them both and tell them I'm just as scared. In that moment, time stretches, warping around us like an elastic band about to snap. The sound of sirens blaring outside blends with the racing rhythm of my heartbeat. Each pulse is a reminder of life, of breath, of choices made and paths taken. The air crackles with tension, thick and electric, and I can almost see the ghosts of our past haunting our every step. We can't turn back, I murmur, feeling the truth settle in the pit of my stomach like a stone. If we do, we'll always wonder. Always regret. My heart races as the words tumble out, a desperate promise that none of us can take back. I feel the weight of their gazes on me, like a spotlight illuminating the cracks in my facade. Outside, the city breathes, alive and chaotic, a relentless pulse reminding us that life marches on. But in here, time stands still, and the moment stretches until it's a taut wire ready to snap. I remember the fleeting laughter, the soft touches, the dreams we'd woven together like threads of gold. But now? Now it feels like everything is unraveling, each thread pulled tight against the fragile tapestry of our existence. Let's make a choice, I say, voice steadier now, resolute. For Jason. For us. The words hang in the air, a lifeline thrown into the stormy sea of our emotions, and for a heartbeat, we hold onto it, drawn together like moths to a flame. The echoes of our past pulse around us, twining through the air, and I feel it, a connection, a bond forged in the fires of tragedy and the weight of justice. But the clock keeps ticking, and the weight of what's to come presses down, a reminder that the choices we make will cascade like ripples on a dark, foreboding lake. We stand on the precipice, staring into the abyss, and I wonder if we'll find the strength to jump. The rope swings lightly, a silent pendulum in the shadowy alley where the city's heartbeat slows to a whisper. I stand there, heart thumping against my ribs, each pulse a desperate plea, as the world blurs around me. The acrid scent of fear lingers thick in the air, mingling with the stench of damp stone and forgotten histories. It's just after midnight, and the moon hangs low, a watchful eye, indifferent to the drama unfolding beneath its ghostly glow. I see her, the figure draped in tattered rags, her eyes wide with an unspeakable horror. Clara, once vibrant, now reduced to a silhouette of her former self. I remember when laughter erupted from her like music, bright and untamed. Now, she stands paralyzed, trapped in the grip of an unseen terror. The rope, coarse and unforgiving, waits like a predator, teasing the edge of her sanity. Clara! I cry out, and the sound shatters the silence, echoing against the walls like a mourning ghost. My voice is shaky, laced with urgency. She flinches, skin clammy and pale. I step closer, dread curling like smoke in my gut. You have to move. We can't, don't let it take you. But there's something in her gaze, as if she's already slipped into another realm, her spirit entangled in some morbid dance of inevitability. It's not just fear that grips her, it's despair, the kind that roots itself deep, suffocating every flicker of hope. I remember the stories she'd tell, of gallows and ghosts, of how the hangman's noose was braided with the dreams of the condemned. It's just a story, I had laughed, lightly dismissing her fears. But now, with the rope looming, the horror blooms into reality, and my own heart sinks into the abyss. Jonas, she breathes, a whisper barely escaping her lips. What if it's true? Her voice is fragile, like glass, and I can see the tremor in her hands. I remember her bravado, the way she'd scoffed at the myths they propagated, how she laughed in the face of death, but now, it's all unraveling. Clara, please. Listen to me. I take another step, each movement deliberate, fighting against the weight of the night, the oppressive shadows closing in. The stories say it's only as powerful as you let it be. A thread of desperation weaves through my words, a lifeline tossed into the murky depths of her despair. You can choose, but before I can finish, a shuddering breath escapes her. The rope, slick with history, calls to her, promises a release from pain, from the shackles of this world. I remember those old tales, how the gallows stood as a testament to fear, how they were a stage for the macabre. What history had taught us, what whispers echoed through the ages. The hangman's noose was not merely a tool of execution, it was a symbol, a dark promise of finality. In that moment, time stretches, morphs into something alien. I see flashes, faces of the past, lost souls who once stood where Clara stands now, the weight of their regrets hanging heavier than their bodies ever did. I remember them, the flickering shadows of history, spectral reminders of a world that thrived on bloodshed and despair. The gallows were once a spectacle, a grim theater where humanity gathered, hands clasped in anticipation of the final act. Jonas, I don't want to feel this way anymore. Her voice is barely a whisper, a thread of vulnerability that pierces the darkness. What if I just let go? I feel the panic rise within me, a surge of cold fury. I can't allow her to succumb, to become just another echo lost in the annals of time, a statistic, a footnote in the grand tragedy of human existence. No. I shout, the word reverberating through the alley, a desperate plea against a tide of inevitability. You're not just a story. You're alive. You're here, with me. Each syllable is a bullet, aimed at the creeping despair that threatens to engulf her. I rush forward, grabbing her shoulders, grounding her in this moment, in this breath, in this fleeting reality. Remember, I whisper, my own voice trembling now, remember all the times we laughed. All the dreams we shared. I let my memories flood me, a torrent of vibrant colors against the monochrome backdrop of despair. You wanted to travel, to see the world beyond our bleak little city. Remember the sunlight on your skin? The smell of adventure. Her eyes flicker, a tiny spark of defiance igniting within the abyss. But those are just dreams, she murmurs, the weight of her sorrow like a shroud around her. What is life without hope? Life is a fight, I reply, fierce determination hardening my voice. It's messy, chaotic, and sometimes it feels like drowning, but it's worth it. I feel the tide begin to turn, the shadows receding just a fraction as I hold her gaze. You fight for every breath, for every heartbeat. You're stronger than this. The rope dangles ominously, but now it seems to waver, uncertain, like a predator suddenly aware of its prey's fight. Clara's breath catches, the tension in the air thick as we hold on to this fragile moment, this shared defiance against the darkness. And as I stand there, watching the light slowly flicker back into her eyes, I know the battle isn't over. The whispers of the past loom large, threatening to pull her back into the depths of despair, but I will not relent. The hangman's noose may be a shadow of history, but it doesn't have to be her legacy. Clara, I say softly, my heart racing, we can change the story. Together. And in that heartbeat, that electric moment suspended in time, I see her begin to believe. Time stretches, bends, and the air crackles with the weight of unspoken promises. The moon watches in silence, and the city, the living, breathing beast around us, holds its breath, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. The crowd roars, a tidal wave of sound that crashes against the ancient stone walls, reverberating through the air like a battle cry. I stand frozen in the thrumming heart of it all, a lump lodged in my throat, as the elephants parade in like dark shadows against the blinding sun. They lumber forward, their massive frames draped in opulent silks, fading colors blurring into one another, like the last memories of a dying sunset. I can feel the atmosphere crackle with an energy that dances dangerously close to madness. The scent of sweat, smoke, and something acrid, fear, fills my lungs, and I remember the stories whispered in hushed tones beneath the flickering lights of tavern lanterns, tales of power and punishment, of fate and finality. I remember my father's voice, deep and resonant, recounting the fate of those who dared defy kings. It's an art, he'd said, his eyes glinting with an odd mix of pride and horror. To be executed by elephant is to be etched in the annals of history. An unforgettable canvas of cruelty. But I had never wanted to witness such an atrocity. Yet here I am, clasping my hand so tightly that my knuckles bear witness to my dread. Across the field, Arjun stands, his eyes wide and glistening with stark fear that matches my own. He has always been the brave one, the reckless dreamer who dared to speak of rebellion even as his heart raced like a hunted animal. I see him now, his fists clenched, jaws set in stubborn defiance. He knows that today, he will not be the one to fight against the crown but one crushed under its weight. The irony cuts deep, sharper than any blade, and I fight to reconcile the man he is and the boy he used to be, the boy who once smiled at the sunset like it was the only treasure worth chasing. There's a tightness in my chest as I watch him. I can't look away, though I want to. My heart thrums as if it's screaming for him to run, to flee this spectacle of despair. but the ground beneath him feels like quicksand. The chains of tradition and expectation hold him firmly in place, sapping his courage until all that remains is a flicker of what once was. I remember when we were young, laughing beneath the sprawling branches of the banyan tree, weaving dreams of the future. How did we end up here, in this arena of death and spectacle? And then, there's the elephant. Massive, majestic, and wholly terrifying. Its eyes, dark as the abyss, seem to drink in the frenzy of the crowd. I can almost hear the creature's heartbeat, a slow, thunderous drum. It stands as an embodiment of the kingdom's wrath, an ancient judge, poised to deliver a sentence that echoes through time. I can't help but feel pity for it, to be a pawn in this grotesque game of power, to be forced to inflict pain simply because that is the nature of its existence. The thought gnaws at me. The elephant feels as trapped as we are, bound to a fate neither of us chose. The tension coils tighter with each second. My palms are slick, sweat mingling with fear, and the air grows thick with an impending storm. The executioner, clad in a cloak as dark as midnight, strides forward, a silhouette against the blinding light. His movement is deliberate, measured, as though he relishes the control he has over life and death. I can see the glint of his sword, and it sends a shiver down my spine. Arjun's eyes dart toward it, a wild flicker of despair mingling with the stubborn glimmer of rebellion. I want to scream, to shatter the facade of normalcy that has enveloped this day, but my voice is swallowed whole by the chaos. Arjun! I finally manage, the name escaping my lips like a prayer. Please, don't, but the sound is lost in the cacophony. He turns his head slightly, just enough for me to catch the raw pain etched across his face. I see the man he wants to be, the hero he dreams of becoming, and the terrible reality that stands before him. I'm terrified of what will come next, but I can't look away. The crowd's anticipation hums like a string pulled tight, ready to snap. As the executioner raises his sword, the elephant shifts, its massive frame quivering with an energy that seems almost sentient. It's as if the beast senses the weight of the moment, the collective breath of 1,000 souls held hostage in this arena of fate. I feel my own breath hitch, caught somewhere between disbelief and horror. Is it wrong to hope for a miracle? To wish for the impossible when the executioner's shadow looms larger, darker? Then, the moment breaks, a shattering that echoes through the very marrow of my bones. The sword comes down, and all at once, time suspends itself in a cruel trick of the universe. I see Arjun's eyes widen, and I can't tell if it's fear or acceptance reflected in their depths. I remember every moment we shared beneath that banyan tree, every laugh, every whispered secret, every promise of a future not bound by bloodlines or crowns. And just as the sword strikes, the elephant trumpets, a sound so piercing it seems to slice through the chaos, a wail that reverberates in the very core of my being. It's a sound of grief, of sacrifice, a primal cry that binds us all in this moment of destiny and despair. It knows what will come next. It knows the darkness that lurks in the corners of history, a darkness we dare not confront. I stand on the precipice of the abyss, heart racing, breath shallow, and in that fleeting second, I realize the spectacle is not just the execution. It's the pain woven into the very fabric of our existence, the choices made, the lives entwined, the ghosts of the past haunting the present. As the sword meets skin, I feel a jolt of pain, not just in Arjun or the elephant, but in me, in all of us. It's not the end, it's a beginning, a chapter etched in history, a story that will ripple through time, unyielding and raw. The crowd erupts into frenzied cheers, but I am lost in the silence that follows, the weight of it pressing down like a leaden shroud. Each breath I take feels laden with sorrow and disbelief. I remember, and as the world shifts around me, I am left standing, heart pounding, trapped in a moment that will never truly end. The sun hung low in the hazy sky, a heavy golden orb pulsing like a heartbeat, casting long shadows that clawed at the earth. The air was thick, suffocating, as if the very atmosphere conspired to stifle life. In a remote clearing, two figures stood, their faces pale and taut, bracing against the horror unfolding before them. The scent of decay lingered, a foul reminder of what lay in wait. "Do you hear that?" whispered Lila, her voice barely above a breath, trembling as if the air itself was charged with electric fear. She clutched her brother's arm, her nails digging into his skin, desperate for some semblance of control in a world turned grotesque. The sound of bubbling liquid and quiet moans rose like an unholy symphony, echoing in the stillness, a cacophony of suffering that threatened to swallow them whole. "I wish I didn't," Aaron replied, his throat dry, words heavy with dread. He blinked hard, trying to shake off the vivid images that clawed at the edges of his mind, images of a man, bound and crammed within two wooden vessels, a living tomb. He could almost see the glistening eyes of the condemned, fogged over with despair, staring into the abyss of his own slow, tormenting end. "We can't stay here." But something rooted him in place, an unholy curiosity mixed with horror. The tales of Scaphism had danced in his mind like demons in the night, and now they materialized, grotesquely real. "I remember the stories," he murmured, his voice cracking, "how they would feed him milk and honey. How the insects would swarm. How death would come slowly, like a thief." Each word was a weight, dragging him deeper into the dark heart of the tale, and he loathed himself for wanting to witness it. Lila shuddered, pulling back. She could not bear to watch. The sun dipped lower, bleeding hues of crimson into the sky. "What if it's us?" she whispered, a flicker of panic igniting in her eyes. "What if we become part of this horror?" She imagined herself, limbs trembling within a dark cocoon, the world outside a distant echo. A chill raced down her spine at the thought of being devoured by nature's fury, of becoming food for the very soil that birthed them. "No!" Aaron snapped, the urgency in his voice slicing through the air. "We have to help him." He stepped forward, heart pounding, ignited by something primal, a thread of hope weaving itself into his being. Maybe they could save him. Maybe there was still a sliver of light amidst the encroaching darkness. But Lila's hand shot out, a desperate gesture. "You can't. You don't know what it's like. Look at him." She pointed, her voice trembling, an unholy crescendo of fear. The man in the wooden vessels was a shadow of himself, a shell consumed by suffering. Flies buzzed like a mournful choir, swirling around the honey that dripped from his mouth, mingling with the ooze that slithered from his exposed skin. The horror of Scaphism, the unbearable slowness of it, settled like a thick fog around them, paralyzing. "I remember," Aaron's thoughts fractured, memories jostling against one another, a whirlwind of confusion and resolve. "Remember the tales of the ancients? Their cruelty, their mercilessness. I want to confront it." Each heartbeat echoed his inner turmoil, a relentless drum urging him forward. He felt the weight of history pressing down, the need to bear witness to the atrocities that shaped their world, the urgency of truth fighting against the tide of fear coursing through him. Confronting it won't save him. Lila cried, her voice rising in pitch, desperation clawing at her throat. "It'll only chain you to it. You'll drown in it. Can't you see?" Tears glistened in her eyes, a tumultuous ocean threatening to spill over. She remembered their childhood stories filled with heroes, and now her brother stood on the precipice of madness, teetering between reality and nightmarish legend. But Aaron's gaze was locked on the man within the Scaphism, that desperate, pained stare pulling him closer like a moth to flame. "I can't turn away," he murmured, the words tasting bitter on his tongue. "I have to know. I have to feel." He took one step, then another, a recklessness consuming him, a fire igniting in his chest. Lila's scream shattered the air, raw and primal. "No. Don't. You'll become him." The fray of emotion twisted in her heart, her brother becoming a spectre to her, flailing in the dark, eyes wide with horror. Despair clawed at her, whispering that she was powerless, that the abyss of cruelty was an inevitable fate lurking within their own humanity. But Aaron moved closer, drawn as if by gravity. The bubbling liquid sloshed like a heartbeat, a grotesque reminder of life and death intertwined. "I need to understand what it means to suffer. To truly know," he declared, his voice barely above a whisper. "To bear witness." Words hung in the air between them, laden with weight, each syllable a dagger. In that moment, a silence enveloped them, a thick blanket of tension that crackled with unspoken fears. Lila's heart raced, a drumbeat of panic resonating through her veins. This was no longer just a tale, it was a reality they had stumbled upon, a living nightmare that threatened to consume them both. "Aaron," she breathed, her voice trembling. "Don't do this. Please." He turned, eyes fierce, yet haunted. What if it's the only way to truly live? And then, chaos erupted. The man within the vessel screamed, a wretched, primal sound that echoed through the clearing, a death knell that rang in their ears. It reverberated in the very marrow of their bones, the sound piercing through the fog of their fears, slicing through the illusion of safety they clung to. The moment crystallized into an agonizing eternity, each second stretching and pulling taut, woven into the horror of the present. Lila felt the world tilt, her resolve cracking like ice beneath her feet. She knew then that they were about to cross a threshold, that whatever lay ahead would change them, forever intertwining their fates with that of the Scaphism. I remember, Aaron whispered, his voice trailing off, swallowed by the roar of anguish around them, the darkness nipping at their heels, relentless and consuming. And with that, they stood on the precipice, teetering between hope and despair, poised to plunge into the depths of an unspeakable fate, caught in an agonizing dance with the ghosts of history and the echoes of their own souls. The air hung heavy, thick with the scent of fear and metal, sharp like the chill of a knife against warm flesh. The sound of chains rattling echoed through stone corridors, a macabre symphony of despair that seemed to claw at the very walls of the castle. I stood there, heart pounding, each beat a reminder of the fragile thread that separated life from the abyss. It was in this moment, as the flickering torchlight cast dancing shadows, that I saw them. The two figures, bound by pain, were about to face the unthinkable, a seat of torture known only as the Judas Cradle. Meredith trembled, her delicate frame shuddering as she was led into the grim chamber. Her wide eyes, pools of terror, darted around, searching for an escape that didn't exist. She had always been the light in our small village, the one who dared to challenge the priests, the one who dared to dream. But every dream has a price, and now it felt like the world was intent on collecting. I could feel her dread like a palpable entity, wrapping itself around my heart, squeezing tightly. Then there was Geoffrey, the blacksmith, a man who had held the weight of his village on his broad shoulders. I had watched him forge beauty from iron, turning raw materials into something that could withstand the test of time. But today, he was the one being forged, tempered by the fires of cruelty and suffering. He stood tall, but I could see the cracks beneath his bravado. The man who had once wielded a hammer now felt the crushing weight of despair, a chilling realization dawning in his eyes as he looked upon the device, the Judas Cradle, a chair that promised to shatter more than just bones. I remember the moment it happened, the sickening clang of metal on metal as they locked the door behind us. The sound reverberated through my core, echoing like death tolls in the stillness of the night. The room was sparse, the walls lined with chains, remnants of agony that whispered tales of the damned. In the center stood the cradle, a grotesque contraption designed to break a person slowly, painfully. It loomed over us, a dark throne of despair, promising no mercy. Please, Meredith's voice quivered, a whisper that felt like an invocation. There must be another way. But her words hung in the air, thick and heavy, a futile prayer to a God who had long abandoned us. I felt my heart clench, the helplessness gnawing at my insides. We were mere mortals, yet here we stood, grappling with the divine and the damned. Geoffrey took a step forward, his face set in grim determination. "You will not break her," he growled, but the tremor in his voice betrayed him. He was a lion in the face of a storm, roaring against the winds, yet I knew the tempest would not relent. The Judas Cradle was not simply a device, it was a monster, a hungry beast that thrived on the fear it instilled. I could feel the darkness wrapping around us, suffocating and oppressive. The shadows seemed to stretch and twist, reaching into the depths of my soul, testing my resolve. I was an unwilling witness to this theater of despair, my heart racing in synchrony with the clanking of chains. Was there no escape from this nightmare? As they approached the cradle, I studied its features, grotesque and hauntingly beautiful. The wooden seat was shaped like a cruel smile, a hollow promise to those who dared to sit. It was designed to stretch the body painfully, the sharp spikes hidden beneath the surface awaiting their unwitting victims. I swallowed hard, bile rising in my throat. Each spike held the whispered screams of those who had come before, an orchestra of agony that played endlessly in my mind. Meredith, no! The plea slipped from my lips before I could catch it. I saw her flinch, her resolve faltering under the weight of despair. She glanced back at me, eyes wide and glistening with unshed tears. "I won't let them take me," she said, voice steady but laced with fear. I could almost feel the warmth of her spirit, fighting against the cold embrace of death. Jeffrey stepped closer, reaching for her hand. "Together," he murmured, weaving a thread of hope amidst the dread. "We will face this together." But I saw the uncertainty flicker in his gaze, the way the shadows danced behind him, whispering secrets of betrayal, of torment. As Meredith was forced toward the cradle, I felt my heart shatter, the pieces scattering like autumn leaves in a tempest. She was not just a victim, she was a flame, a force of nature, and to see her extinguished would be to plunge the world into darkness. I could no longer stand by. "No!" I shouted, my voice echoing through the chamber, drowning out the sound of the chains. In that moment, I was no longer a mere observer, I was a force of defiance, a spark in the suffocating dark. I rushed forward, trembling with fury and fear, the weight of the chains falling away as I reached for her. The guards paused, shocked by my audacity, and in that brief instant, I felt time freeze. Everything seemed to slow, the shadows whispering warnings, the air thick with tension. I could see Jeffrey's eyes widen, a mixture of horror and admiration, while Meredith's lips parted in disbelief. But the moment shattered as the guards lunged forward, their faces twisted with malice. I felt their hands grip my arms, cold and unyielding, dragging me back into the darkness. "Fool," one of them spat, the spittle flying like venom from a serpent's mouth, tainting the air around us. In that split second, I knew the truth. Despair was not merely a state of being, it was a living entity, a monster lurking in the vast shadows of our existence, ready to consume us whole. And yet, as I fought against the grip of despair, I felt a flicker of hope, a spark refusing to be snuffed out. My heart raced, each beat a reminder that life, in all its grotesque beauty, was worth fighting for. "You can't take her from us!" I screamed, the words reverberating in the chamber, a battle cry against the encroaching darkness. As the chains tightened around me, I realized this was not just about survival, it was a testament to the human spirit, a defiance that could not be broken. And as they dragged me back into the shadows, I cast one last glance at Meredith, her eyes a mirror reflecting the whirlwind of chaos and courage. The Judas cradle awaited, a throne of torment in a world that had forgotten mercy. But in that moment, I knew our fight wouldn't end here. The darkness might consume us, but the fire within us would burn bright, an ember of hope, flickering against the night, defying the inevitable. Even in the depths of despair, we were still alive, still fighting, and that was enough. The air is thick, almost suffocating, infused with a metallic tang that claws at the throat. It's a space that seems to breathe, alive with whispers, the gentle creaking of wood, the soft drip of water somewhere in the shadows. Tension coiled tight, like a wound snake resting, waiting. The rack stands ominously in the center, a grotesque altar of suffering. Its wooden frame is slick, not just with the sheen of age, but with the sweat of desperation, the essence of souls teetering on the brink of torment. I remember the shrieks. I remember the faces, twisted in fear, contorted with anguish, eyes wide, pleading silently as if the mere act of breath might seal their fate. In this moment, time feels like a sluggish river, the current pulling me under, drowning me in memories. It's a realm of shadows and echoes where reality blurs and distorts, where mercy is a distant star, flickering faintly on the horizon. In that chilling silence, there are three souls caught in a web of fate, each a thread strung taut, fraying at the edges. First, there's Thomas, an idealist. He entered this place with dreams of justice, armed with fire in his heart and righteous indignation coursing through his veins. But the flames of hope have turned to ash, and now he stands before the rack, a grim witness to his own unraveling. His hands tremble, a cacophony of guilt and fear, memories of laughter and love haunting him like ghosts. Next is Ilara, who once danced in moonlight, her laughter a balm against the world's cruelty. But those carefree nights are but fading echoes. She's been stripped, not just of her clothes but of her very essence, and now her spirit lies shackled, a caged bird flapping helplessly against the bars of despair. The rack beckons her, a sinister whisper cutting through the silence, promising liberation in the guise of pain. Then there's Marcus, a shadowy figure whose past is painted with shades of betrayal. He's fought against oppression, yet here he stands, one foot in the realm of the living, the other teetering on the precipice of oblivion. The irony is not lost on him. He can almost taste the bitter tang of retribution, sweet and tainted, as he watches his friends drift toward a fate they cannot escape. Their eyes lock, a silent scream reverberating between them, an unspoken agreement that they will not break. And yet, the darkness encroaches, thick as fog on a winter's night, the cold creeping into their bones. I remember the moment before the storm, that breathless pause where hope and despair danced a macabre waltz. The rack looms larger, a monstrous maw ready to swallow them whole, its wooden frame stretching long shadows that reach towards their hearts. The first crack, the sound of a soul beginning to splinter, breaks the air, a whisper of agony that shatters their resolve. Thomas is thrust forward, body tense, muscles screaming, the wood creaking beneath him like a dying creature. He feels the cold embrace of the restraints, biting into his skin, a cruel reminder of his own fragility. No, he gasps, a single word that hangs heavy in the air, a plea, a prayer. The world rushes in, memories flooding him, his mother's smile, the warmth of a sunset, the taste of freedom. Each thought is a dagger, sharp and unforgiving. Ilara watches, her heart splintering, each beat a reminder of her own impending doom. She wants to scream, to reach out, to pull him from the brink, but her voice is trapped somewhere between her throat and her heart, a prisoner of dread. She feels the weight of the world on her shoulders, a burden she cannot bear. Help him, she cries, the words clawing their way out, desperate and raw, the sound of her own voice a lifeline thrown into raging waters. But Marcus stands still, a statue of frozen despair, heart pounding like a war drum in the chaos. He remembers the promise he made, the vow that had brought him here, yet the twisted reality wraps around him, constricting, suffocating. Every second feels like a lifetime, a slow-motion agony where the world collapses into fragments. The rack is a hungry beast, and it demands its due. The air shifts as Thomas is pulled tighter, muscles straining, the sound of wood groaning under the weight of his desperation. It's excruciating, a visceral symphony of pain that echoes through the chamber, drowning out their screams. I will not break, he gasps, each word a bullet, piercing through the darkness. There's defiance there, a flicker, a spark that ignites the air around them. Hold on. Ilara whispers, her voice trembling. She clings to the hope that perhaps love can conquer even the most brutal of tortures. She remembers the way the stars looked, how they felt like they could reach out and touch the cosmos. She feels the heat of that memory, a fire against the encroaching cold. We will find a way. Together. Marcus's resolve begins to crack. Together, he echoes, his voice stronger than before, emboldened by their shared chaos. He steps forward, heart racing, the shadows of doubt beginning to lift, as if dawn is breaking through the night. We can't let this define us. We are more than our pain. But the rack pulls tighter, the wood biting deeper, and the darkness swirls around them, a reminder of their mortality. I remember the moment when time seemed to halt, each heartbeat a drum signaling the end. The world outside fades, and all that remains is the raw, unyielding tension that binds them together, a thread woven with agony and hope. The struggle becomes a dance, a grotesque ballet of resilience against despair. Each of them rides between the desire to escape and the pull of their deepest fears. They are caught in a liminal space, where pain is a reality, yet love shines like a distant star, faint but persistent. Every gasp for breath, every moan of anguish, is a reminder of their humanity, their fragility, and their unyielding spirit. With a final, defiant cry, Thomas stretches against the confines, not just of the rack, but of the very essence of his being. The world blurs, time folds in on itself, and the line between hope and despair blurs. This moment stretches out, an eternity filled with pain and defiance, a battle fought on the brink of oblivion. As they hang in this void, the shadows creep closer, the weight of their fears pressing down like an iron shroud. But in that darkness, a flicker of light begins to glow, a whisper of defiance against the encroaching night. The rack may stretch their bodies beyond limits, but their spirits, those are unbreakable. I remember the silence that follows, pregnant with anticipation, the air charged with the possibility of what comes next. The clock ticks slowly, each second a reminder of the battle still to be fought, the war not yet won. The darkness looms, but so does the light. And in that moment, hope becomes a weapon, a shield against the night. The confrontation is just beginning, the fight for their souls is about to erupt into a storm. The tension thickens, the heart quickens. And it is only just the beginning. The chill washed over me like a dark wave, leaving goosebumps prickling my skin. I remember the air thick with the stench of fear and burnt flesh, an unholy aroma that twisted my stomach. It clung to the stone walls, saturating the narrow passageways of the city, where the innocent and guilty alike walked oblivious, their lives ticking down like a clock winding ever closer to midnight. It began with a scream. A high-pitched wail that shattered the silence, ricocheting off the damp walls, a sound so raw it was as if the very stones wept. I remember standing there, paralyzed, the weight of my heart pressing against my ribcage. The crowd surged forward, a mass of bodies drawn like moths to a flame, each face a grotesque mask of curiosity and horror. They wouldn't know what anguish felt like, what it meant to suffer. Not like I did. Not like Theon, whose hands trembled at his sides, the blood of his kin staining his tunic crimson. He was a man broken by betrayal, a father who had whispered empty promises into the darkness of his daughter's dreams. Now, watching that twisted monstrosity, the brazen bull, steaming in the moonlight, he clutched a dagger that gleamed menacingly, a futile piece of metal against the iron-cast horror that awaited. I remember his voice. "I will kill him. I swear I will," but even his rage was drowned out by the relentless clang of the bull's belly, a bellows of screams echoing from within. It was a grotesque symphony, an echo of the damned. Then there was Lysandra, whose laughter once danced like sunlight through a summer meadow. Now, her laughter was a brittle thing, splintered and lost among the cries for mercy. She stood beside Theon, her eyes wide, reflecting the flickering torchlight like shards of broken glass. She must have felt the weight of their sins, the burden of secrets they kept, festering like an open wound. "Do you remember when we used to talk about forever?" she whispered, her voice trembling. "When we believed love could conquer all." She didn't look at him. Instead, she stared into the maw of the bull, where shadows writhed like trapped spirits, a churning mass of hope and despair. I remember the choice she faced, the choice not to look away. Every heartbeat drummed in unison with the cries from within, a terrible reminder of the line they had crossed. Theon turned to her, eyes blazing with rage and guilt, the dagger slipping from his grasp as his hands shook. "We can't just stand here. We have to do something." But what could they do against such an iron truth? The brazen bull, crafted by a madman's hand, a creature of metal and malice, waited hungrily for its next meal. It was a cage of horror, designed to trap not just the body but the very soul, a hell fashioned for those who dared to defy, to betray. With each scream, the crowd thickened, people pressing closer, their curiosity mingling with a morbid hunger. I felt the pulse of their excitement, the sick thrill as they watched the unfolding tragedy like a twisted play. Theon shouted, "It's not just an execution, it's a monster." But the truth was worse. This was not just a monster, it was a reflection of their own darkest selves, a mirror cracked and jagged. I remember the way the shadows danced, flickering against the stone, whispering secrets of fear and despair. My heart raced, caught in the thrum of the moment. Theon's gaze bore into Lysandra, desperate and pleading, a silent question hanging heavy in the air. Would she follow him into the embrace of madness? "Then let's bring it down," she said, voice firmer now, the iron in her tone surprising even her. "Let's steal the key from that beast's keeper and free them. There's no more time." I felt the shift, the electric charge of rebellion bursting forth like a violent storm. They were no longer just spectators, they were part of the horror, spiraling deeper into its clutches. I watched as they turned from the crowd, the dagger now a symbol of their shared resolve. Theon clutched it tightly, knuckles white, the weight of consequence pressing down on him like the very iron of the bull. "Every time we close our eyes, there's darkness waiting," he murmured, his voice a haunting melody. "But what if we could shine a light, even for a moment?" And they moved, weaving through the throng, their hearts pounding like war drums. Time stretched and twisted, each second a lifetime, the pulse of the crowd a living entity that sought to pull them back, to keep them shackled in their own fear. I remember the glances of strangers, the mix of horror and fascination. They were watching a tragedy unfold, but also a truth, their truth. As they reached the bull, the air thickened with tension, every breath a labor. They could feel the heat radiating from the metal, warping the space around them, as if the very atmosphere were alive with malice. I remember the way Lysandra's hand trembled as she reached for the lock, the cool metal cold against her palm, an anchor in a tempest of emotion. "Do you understand?" she asked Theon, voice barely a whisper. "This is our moment. If we fail, we will be just like them, just like those who watched." I remember the faces of the crowd, drawn to the spectacle, each one a mask of anticipation. The air crackled with expectation, the moment hanging suspended like a fragile thread. The screams inside the bull grew louder, a cacophony of anguish that clawed at their sanity. "Together, then," Theon replied, determination hardening his voice. "Whatever happens next, we face it together." And they pushed forward, hearts pounding, as they prepared to confront the horror they had long allowed to thrive. The brazen bull loomed before them, a monstrous silhouette against the night sky, whispering promises of darkness and dread. But in that moment, hope flickered, a fragile candle against the abyss. The air was thick, like a storm brewing just beneath the surface, a tension so palpable it hummed in the bones of the damp stone walls. I stood there, heart in my throat, the flickering torchlight trembling against the cold shadows. It was a sight too grotesque to comprehend at first, a grotesque beauty, perhaps, if you were twisted enough to see it that way. The chair of torture loomed in the center of the room, an infernal throne made of iron and splintered wood, its very presence a promise of agony. I could almost hear its whispers, calling to those who dared to sit, daring them to surrender to the fire that danced in its embrace. I remember the first time I saw it, an innocent curiosity morphing into dread. A reverberating silence enveloped the chamber as I watched, as much in horror as in fascination. It was a relic of despair, an artist's canvas smeared with the blood of the wretched. The air thickened with an unnameable fear, the kind that clings to your skin, impossible to wash away. Then came Eleanor, her eyes wild with desperation. "We can't let them take him," she cried, her voice fragile yet fierce, shattering the stillness like glass. She stumbled toward me, breathless, every heartbeat a battle against the tide of impending doom. Her hand clutched a frayed piece of fabric, her son's tunic, its edges stained with the remnants of innocence. It was all she had left. "I remember the day he laughed," Eleanor said, her voice breaking, a haunting echo in the chilling silence. "He was chasing fireflies, the light in his eyes brighter than the stars above." Now, her breath hitched, and I could see the shadows gripping her heart. They had taken him, those wretched souls, a sinister council with a hunger for power and a thirst for pain. "They'll use the chair on him." Her words sliced through me, jagged and raw. I felt the weight of her despair, the crushing inevitability that wrapped around us like a vice. I wanted to scream, to tear down the walls of this place, but what could I do? My own heart thudded heavily, a warning drum against the stillness. "Eleanor," I whispered, my voice barely audible, "we'll find a way." But I felt the weight of my own words. There was no way to wrestle a child from the jaws of the chair. It was a fate worse than death, a slow burn that consumed the spirit long before the flesh felt its bite. The memories flickered behind my eyes, fleeting glimpses of what was once a life full of laughter and love, before the darkness crept in like a thief, stealing moments and souls alike. A time when swords were just toys, and the only battles fought were in the realms of imagination. But now we stood on the precipice of an unspeakable horror, the chair of torture casting its long shadow over our lives. "I remember," I murmured, almost to myself, as I turned toward the door. "I remember the stories of the cursed who sat there, their screams echoing, rippling through the ages." Each word felt like a stone lodged in my throat, a reminder of what awaited. I could feel the pull of the dark, like a black hole drawing everything toward its core. Eleanor was there, a flame of defiance against the encroaching blackness. "We have to save him." "We have to," but the words twisted in her throat, stifled by the reality we faced. The chair was not just a place, it was a monument of despair, a testament to the cruelty of man. It gorged on the essence of the innocent, feeding on their cries until only silence remained. Then came Marcus, a figure cloaked in shadows, his presence both a comfort and a curse. His eyes mirrored the fire of rebellion, but they also held the chilling resignation of one who had witnessed too much. "Eleanor, you can't fight something that has no face," he said, the words tumbling from his lips like cold rain. "It's not just a chair, it's a machine of suffering. It won't let him go." I watched as the color drained from Eleanor's face, the flickering flame of hope extinguished. The ground beneath her feet trembled, but she would not yield. "It doesn't matter," she said, her voice a fierce whisper. "As long as there's breath in my body, I will not let them ruin him." The air buzzed with unspoken tension, a taut string ready to snap. I felt the weight of the world pressing down on us, the clock ticking mercilessly, its hands moving even as we stood still, frozen in fear. The inevitability of time, of fate, loomed over us, and yet we clung to each other, desperate for warmth in the suffocating chill. We huddled close, our breaths mingling in the damp air, a fragile unity against the approaching storm. "We can distract them," Marcus said, his voice low and urgent. "We can bring a ruckus, create a diversion. While they rip him apart." Eleanor's voice trembled, a shaky thread barely holding. "What choice do we have? We can't let him sit in that chair." The words hung in the air, heavy with grief and fear. I could feel the darkness creeping closer, its tendrils weaving through our thoughts, wrapping around our hearts. "You know what they say about the chair," I whispered, my voice trembling. "It doesn't just take lives, it takes souls." Eleanor's eyes glistened with tears, a flood threatening to tumble forth. "Then we fight. We fight for him." Her resolve ignited a flicker of hope in the abyss, a spark in the darkness that dared to challenge the shadows. As we stepped forward into the unknown, I felt the weight of our shared fear and determination meld into something more significant. We were bound by love, by desperation, and by the haunting specter of a child's laughter fading into the distance. The chair awaited, a monstrous sentinel, yet we charged toward it, hearts pounding, time slipping through our fingers like sand. And as we reached the threshold of despair, I knew one thing: this was not just a fight for survival, it was a fight for everything. We would not be silenced. We would not let the chair claim another. The clock ticks, each second a cruel reminder of the silence that suffocates the room. I sit there, paralyzed, the weight of an unrelenting dread pressing against my chest like a vice. Outside, the laughter of children echoes in the twilight, a stark contrast to the desolation that fills these walls. Every tick is an accusation, every breath a scream swallowed by the void. The air is thick with the scent of burnt coffee and desperation. I remember the first time I noticed it, the way Sarah's smile faltered just a beat too long, a shadow crossing her bright blue eyes. She'd laughed, a sound like glass shattering, but beneath it lingered a pain that gnawed at the edges of her soul. I wanted to ask, but the words twisted in my throat, suffocating on the uncertainty of her answer. "Are you okay?" I ventured, my voice cracking like brittle bones. Her response, a hollow laugh, was a sharp blade, twisting in the gut. "Of course. Why wouldn't I be?" She turned away, the light fading from her, leaving only a specter of the girl I loved. I wanted to scream, to shake her until the truth spilled out, but the fear of shattering her fragile facade held me captive. And then there was Jason, my best friend, the one who wore his pain like a badge, who swore he could conquer the world. But behind his bravado, I saw the cracks, the way his laughter echoed too loudly in the silence, like a ghost desperately trying to be heard. He was drowning under the weight of unspoken words, a tidal wave of despair masked by a smile. "Just tired," he'd say, brushing off my concern, but the shadows under his eyes told a different story. The room grows smaller, the shadows stretching like fingers ready to grasp at the remnants of our sanity. The paper cuts are everywhere, the little jabs of disappointment, the dismissive gestures, the long silences that hover like specters. Each one a reminder of how we failed each other, how love can hurt when it's wrapped in the sharpness of unkindness. I remember the day Sarah flinched at my touch, the way her body recoiled like a wounded animal. My heart splintered into 1,000 pieces. "What's wrong?" I asked, but she only shook her head, a desperate plea in her eyes. It was as if I was a stranger, a ghost haunting the remnants of our shared life. I could feel the chasm widening, her distance pulling me deeper into a darkness where even love feels like a curse. The clock ticks louder now. I notice the way time stretches, each second a taut string ready to snap. Don't think about it, I whisper to myself, but the thoughts claw their way back in. The whispers in the corners of my mind taunt, "You're failing her. You're losing him." The room pulses with the agony of our unspoken truths, the tension thick as fog, wrapping around us, suffocating, each breath a struggle. "I can't do this anymore," Sarah finally says, her voice trembling like a fragile leaf caught in a storm. My heart races, a wild creature trapped in a cage of bone. She stands there, a silhouette against the dim light, her tears glinting like glass on the edge of a knife. I can't. And there it is, the truth we've all been avoiding, the elephant in the room now roaring, demanding to be acknowledged. My chest tightens, my throat constricting as if the very air has turned to poison. "Please, don't say that," is all I manage to whisper, the plea barely escaping my lips. The confrontation feels like a slow-motion train wreck, each word a collision, each silence a scream. "You've been distant," I say, my voice trembling. "Tell me what's wrong." But she looks away, and in that moment, I know I am losing her. The shadows in her eyes deepen, reflecting the abyss we've both been teetering on. "I thought we could fix it," she whispers, and I feel the weight of those words settle around us like a shroud. But all we've done is hurt each other. Jason's laughter echoes through my mind, a distant sound now, taunting me. "We're strong," he'd said once, "but strength can be a mask, and behind it lies vulnerability, raw and unyielding." "You're not weak for feeling," I want to tell him, but he's too far gone, lost in the labyrinth of his own despair. "Jason," I say, breaking the silence, reaching out for him, but the distance between us is palpable, a chasm unbridged by simple words. He sits in the corner, head in his hands, breaking apart like an old statue worn by the elements. "You can talk to me. Please." But his silence is a wall, an impenetrable divide that cuts deeper than any blade. I can feel the weight of my inadequacy pressing down, the realization that perhaps I can't save him, that perhaps I can't save any of us. The clock ticks on, relentless, and I am trapped in this dance of despair, a marionette bound by strings of our making. Each word left unspoken is a paper cut, 1,000 tiny wounds carving into our hearts. I can feel the sting of our reality, sharp and bitter, and yet I am paralyzed, unable to reach out, unable to bridge the gap. I remember the quiet moments, the shared laughter, the promises whispered under the stars, and the way those memories now feel like ghosts, haunting me. Time stretches into an expanse of uncharted territory, each second a reminder that we are losing ourselves in the echoing silence. "Help me," I whisper into the void, knowing that the answer lies not in the words we say, but in the truths we bury. And as I look into the depths of Sarah's eyes, I know the confrontation is inevitable, a storm brewing on the horizon. But for now, we linger in the shadows, stitched together by our fears, our failures, and the love that both binds and breaks us. The clock continues to tick, and with every sound, I feel the paper cuts multiplying, and the shadows creeping closer, whispering promises of despair. In this moment, we are alive, each heartbeat a testament to our struggle, each breath a plea for redemption. And yet, the darkness looms, a spectre waiting patiently, ready to claim what is left of our shattered souls. The air crackles with tension, thick and suffocating, as the heavy wooden door creaks open. Shadows dance along the cold stone walls of the chamber, flickering under the wavering light of a single, sputtering candle. In this corner of the world, the sun has long since abandoned hope, and darkness reigns supreme, igniting the flames of fear that gnaw at the edges of sanity. I stand, heart racing, breath caught in my throat, as the echoes of whispered prayers reverberate in the dimness, a collective heartbeat, thrumming with dread. Lucia, a mere slip of a girl, barely old enough to know the weight of her sins, trembles in the center of the room, her hands tied behind her back. The leather straps bite into her skin, a cruel reminder of her fate. I remember the way her laughter used to fill the streets, a melody that chased the shadows away. But now, she is just a wisp of that joy, her eyes wide and hollow, reflecting the flickering candlelight as if the flames themselves could consume her spirit. "I'm not a witch," she cries, her voice cracking, but it falls upon deaf ears. Here, reason is drowned by the relentless tide of fear. And then there's Matteo, the tortured soul who once walked the cobbled streets with a fire in his heart. A fervent believer, he had dedicated his life to God, only to find himself ensnared in the very web he sought to unravel. I watch him, a shadow of his former self, pacing like a caged animal, his mind racing with guilt and despair. "What have I done?" he whispers into the void, eyes darting toward the door, as if salvation lurks just beyond its threshold. It's a question that hangs in the air, heavy and suffocating, and it rips through me like a shard of glass. The Inquisition, oh, how it looms over us like a dark cloud, a specter lurking in the corners of our lives. It promises truth but delivers only torment. I remember the days when the townsfolk would huddle around fires, sharing tales of the brutal inquisitors, their faces masked, eyes gleaming with a sadistic hunger. They're just doing God's work, some would say, but in the silence that followed, you could hear the unspoken truth. The line between faith and fanaticism had blurred into a grotesque dance. Lucia's screams pierced the air, a raw, visceral sound that claws at my heart. They've brought forth the rack, a sinister device that stretches the body until it threatens to tear apart, a cruel invention of man's darkest imagination. I can't help but feel the dread pooling in my stomach, the sympathy for her struggle clawing at my insides. "Forgive me, oh Lord," she cries, but what does she need forgiveness for? For existing in a world that twists love into fear? For not bowing down to the whims of those who call themselves righteous? Matteo's anguish is palpable, it wraps around him like a shroud. He knows that this could be his beloved, his heart, his soul, being torn apart by the Inquisition's merciless hands. I see him clench his fists, nails digging into his palms as he battles the impulse to rush forward, to shield her from the impending doom. But he is bound by his own chains, shackled by a faith that demands obedience over compassion. What good is faith if it leads to destruction? He whispers to himself, though he knows the answer is lost upon the unyielding walls that surround them. Time stretches, warping reality into a nightmarish loop. The guards laugh, their cruel jeers cutting through the tension like a knife. "Tell us the truth, girl, or we'll have to keep playing," they taunt, their eyes glinting with the thrill of power. I shudder, a chill creeping down my spine, realizing that they relish this moment, this violation of innocence. The candle sputters, casting grotesque shadows that play upon Lucia's face, an angel turned into a martyr by the hands of devils. I remember the stories of old, the tales of heroes and heroines who faced down dragons and demons, but this is a different kind of battle. Here, the monsters wear robes, their litanies masked by the guise of righteousness. There is no sword to wield, no armor to don, the only weapon is the truth, and it is being twisted into a noose. Lucia's pleas grow ever more frantic, and I feel the despair wash over me like a wave, heavy and suffocating. "I can't breathe," she cries, and her words become a rallying cry in the silence, reverberating against the stone walls. Those words, so simple, yet so profound, capture the essence of her plight, of our plight. The weight of history hangs heavily in the air, and I cannot help but feel it pressing down upon us, a palpable force that binds us. I glance at Matteo again, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I should have saved you," he murmurs, but the words hang in the air, empty and futile. "I should have seen the signs, I should have fought harder. But what does it matter now? The time for action has slipped away like sand through fingers, and the clock ticks on, relentless and unforgiving." In this moment, the line between love and agony blurs, and I realize that he is not just mourning her, he is mourning himself, the man he could have been if only the world had been different. And then it happens, the moment that shatters everything. The lever is pulled, and with it, the sound of wood creaking, bone straining, then a heart-wrenching scream that echoes long after it has faded into silence. The chamber falls into a void, a stillness that feels both eerie and profound. It's as if the universe has held its breath, waiting, watching, judging. I remember the stars, how they twinkled like distant memories, and for a brief moment, I wonder if they can hear her cries. Time loses meaning as the darkness consumes us, and I find myself swallowed whole by the enormity of this moment. The Spanish Inquisition has become not just a chapter in history but a living nightmare, a testament to the lengths humanity will go to in the name of faith, fear, and control. The candle flickers one last time before plunging the room into darkness, leaving us to grapple with our own shadows, our own fears, as the echoes of Lucia's scream linger in the air. It's a haunting refrain, a reminder that even in the face of unimaginable horror, the human spirit persists, wounded but not broken, restless but unyielding. And I know, deep within me, that the nightmare is far from over. The torment, the fear, the dread, it all weaves together, creating a tapestry of suffering that binds us all, drawing us into the abyss. The moon hung heavy in the night sky, a luminescent eye watching over the cobblestone streets of Madrid, where shadows danced like specters under flickering lamplights. For Clara, the chill in the air was more than just the bite of autumn, it seeped into her bones, whispering tales of dread and despair. She shivered, not from the cold but from the weight of what lay ahead. The courtyard was alive with muffled murmurs, the anxious clatter of boots, the scent of sweat and fear mingling with the iron tang of blood. "Please, don't do this." "I'll do anything," whispered a voice, trembling like an autumn leaf caught in a storm. It was Javier, the man she loved, his face pale against the dark stone, eyes wide and desperate. They had dreamed of a life together, far from the shadows of the Inquisition, but dreams, like smoke, dissipate quickly when the noose draws near. Clara stood on the edge, a silent witness to the gathering storm, her heart thundering against her ribcage as she watched the executioner prepare the garrote. It was a cruel device, a twisted symbol of power and retribution, a wooden stake, a noose, and a winding wheel that would tighten until it crushed the life from him. Her Javier. The love of her life. "Clara," he called, his voice a lifeline, a thread tugging at her soul. "You must believe me, I didn't mean to," but what could she believe? The confession, the accusations, the fear that had wrapped itself around them like an iron grip. The world was a tapestry of chaos, each thread weaving a story of betrayal and heartache. She had warned him, had begged him to be cautious, but he was reckless, a flame drawn to the dark shadow of danger. As the executioner approached, a hulking figure draped in black, Clara's breath caught in her throat. The man moved with a calm precision, indifferent to the palpable dread that hung in the air. Each footfall was a drumbeat, echoing the finality of fate. A sharp pang gripped her chest. This wasn't just a trial of body but of spirit, an execution of hope, of love. Clara couldn't bear to watch, yet her feet remained rooted to the ground, a spectator to the unspeakable. Memories flooded her, uninvited. I remember the first time we met, the bustling market where laughter flowed like wine, where he'd bought her a small trinket, a silver locket, claiming it would bring her luck. What a cruel joke that felt now. "Clara!" His voice sliced through the haze of reminiscence. "You have to fight for me. You can't let them do this." Her heart twisted. Fight? There was no fight left in her. The world had turned upside down, a macabre carnival where hope was a fleeting illusion. She could feel the noose tightening around her own throat. If they took him, they would take her too. Suddenly, the air shifted. Clara's pulse quickened as the executioner seized Javier by the collar, dragging him toward the garrote. The onlookers, a mix of curiosity and morbid fascination, formed a circle, their faces a mosaic of emotions, fear, excitement, glee. In that moment, Clara felt the walls of reality close in, suffocating her, wrapping around her heart like the garrote's unyielding grip. "Help me!" Javier's voice rose, a beacon of desperation. "Help me, Clara!" The world froze. Clara's limbs felt heavy, as though shackled by an invisible chain. The crowd held its breath, a shared anticipation that thrummed in the silence, a heartbeat waiting for release. And then, the executioner's hand moved, the lever clicked into place with a sound that echoed like a gunshot in the stillness. "Javier!" Her voice erupted from her throat, raw and primal, a thunderclap against the backdrop of despair. But it was too late. The garrote tightened, the wooden wheel spinning as Javier's face contorted in pain, his breath hitching like a broken melody. Time itself seemed to fracture, shards of memories spilling forth, laughter at twilight, stolen kisses beneath the stars, dreams woven together like a tapestry. But now, they unraveled, each thread snapping, leaving only a gaping void. "Clara," he gasped, his eyes pleading, shimmering with a mix of fear and love. But those words were stolen as the darkness encroached, the Garrote a merciless warden. Clara felt the cosmos shift, her heart echoing 1,000 silent screams. She longed to reach out, to tear the fabric of fate, to rewrite the ending of their story. The crowd surged, a tide of emotions, gasps, and whispers rippling like waves. Clara was drowning, swept away by the enormity of loss, and yet, there was a flicker in the air. A spark of rebellion ignited within her chest, burning away the numbness. In that moment, she understood that the Garrote was not merely a tool of execution, it was a symbol of oppression, of control, of the human spirit stifled under the weight of tyranny. And she would not stand by. The executioner, caught in his own ritual, was oblivious to the storm brewing around him. Clara could feel the pulse of the crowd, a collective heartbeat like thunder, a force that could not be contained. She was a part of them now, a thread in the tapestry of defiance. Enough! The word escaped her lips, raw and fierce. A battle cry rising from the ashes of despair. All eyes turned toward her, a sea of faces reflecting her own turmoil. She stepped forward, heart racing, each beat a drumbeat of rebellion. "You won't take him from me. Not today." And in the shadows, a glimmer of hope flickered. She wasn't just fighting for Javier, she was fighting for everything that had been snatched away, their love, their dreams, their very right to exist without fear. The Garrote, the shadows, the night, it all became a backdrop to a moment that would change everything. Clara felt the ground shift beneath her, the weight of the cosmos converging as she took a stand, a single heartbeat pushing against the tide of despair. In that instant, the air crackled with electricity, the echoes of a revolution stirring in the depths of her soul. The confrontation was imminent. The crowd held its breath. Shadows whispered in the dark, and the moon remained, an unblinking witness to the rise of defiance. Time stretched, bending and twisting as the heartbeat of change thrummed louder, drowning out the silence of despair. And so, the stage was set, a confrontation looming like a storm on the horizon. Would they let their love be strangled, or would they seize the moment, defying the Garrote that threatened to bind them forever? The weight of the world hung in the balance, and Clara stood resolute, heart racing, ready to face whatever came next. The clock ticked loudly in the silence of the dimly lit chamber, each tick a heartbeat, each chime a knell. I stood frozen, the weight of the vial in my palm both a promise and a curse. The liquid inside shimmered, a deadly emerald, whispering sweet nothings of revenge and justice. I could almost hear it sing, a siren's call, intoxicating and horrifying. I can't do this," I murmured, my voice trembling as I glanced at Elara, her eyes wide, a storm of fear and resolve swirling in their depths. Her hands trembled, mirroring my own, as if we were caught in a cruel dance of fate. This wasn't just a choice, it was a commitment to darkness, a step toward becoming monsters in our own right. "Do you remember the last time we felt this way?" Elara asked, her words slicing through the tension like a blade. I closed my eyes, letting the memories flood me, the laughter, the warmth of sun-soaked afternoons, the scent of wildflowers in bloom. I remembered how we used to dream of changing the world, not tearing it down. But dreams turned sour in the face of betrayal. I recalled that night, the shadows creeping into our lives, the betrayal that shattered everything we believed. I remembered Julian's face, twisted in a smirk as he had laughed, the sound echoing in my mind like a haunting melody. "You think you can take me down? You're nothing without me." I felt the rage bubble inside, hot and furious, boiling over like a cauldron. "Do it," Elara urged, her voice a fierce whisper. "Do it for all of them." Her words struck me like thunder. The families ripped apart, the children left in the dust of his ambition. I thought of the quiet pleas of the forgotten, the invisible. My heart raced. Could I really do this? Could I become the executioner? Outside, the city thrummed with life, oblivious to the storm brewing within these walls. Laughter spilled into the night, the sounds of revelry washing over us, a cruel contrast to our own turmoil. How easy it was for them, how blissfully unaware. Puppets, I thought bitterly, even as I feared becoming one myself. The room whispered secrets as I tightened my grip on the vial. I could feel the pulse of the night, a heartbeat, a siren song luring me deeper into the abyss. Ilara's eyes bored into me, her breath held, waiting for my decision. I remember, I breathed, when we thought justice was light and truth would always win. My voice cracked, the weight of the moment closing in like a vice. I remember when we believed we could change the world. Maybe we can, she replied, her words laced with desperation. But only if we have the strength to act. I looked at her, the flickering candlelight casting shadows across her face. Her determination was a spark, igniting something deep within me. What if it doesn't work? Ilara stepped closer, the heat of her resolve washing over me. Then we'll become ghosts, like the ones we fought against. But if we do nothing, her words trailed off, the weight of that silence settling heavily between us. I felt the world shrink, all noise fading except the frantic beating of my heart. My thoughts raced, colliding like meteors across a starry sky, each moment a possibility, each choice a universe unto itself. I thought of Julian again, of the power he wielded like a weapon, and I tasted the bitter tang of rage on my tongue. Would it be wrong? I whispered, the words slipping past my lips like a confession. To take a life? To poison a traitor? Ilara's gaze softened, and I could see the shadows of her past reflected in her eyes. We're not killing him for pleasure, but to save countless others. The clock chimed again, loud and clear, pulling me from the depths of indecision. I could feel time slipping through my fingers like sand, each grain a choice I couldn't reverse. What if we're just making it worse? Then we try, she said, her tone resolute, fierce enough to cut through my doubts. We try, because standing by is worse than the risk of doing something. A shiver ran down my spine. I remembered the stories, poison as a weapon of choice, subtle and deadly, a whisper of death that lingered long after its kiss. The thought of Julian, crumpling to the floor, helpless against his own arrogance, twisted my stomach in an odd mix of dread and exhilaration. I held the vial closer, the emerald liquid swirling hypnotically. This is it, isn't it? Ilara nodded, her eyes shimmering with a mixture of fear and fierce hope. It's our choice. A chance to stand up and take back what's ours. Time seemed to halt, as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting for me to make a decision. I could feel the weight of the world on my shoulders, the cries of the forgotten echoing in my mind, a chorus of pain and sorrow that demanded action. With a swift motion, I uncorked the vial, the sound sharp and decisive, and poured the contents into a small, silver goblet. The liquid glowed ominously, a siren's promise of retribution. We won't be ghosts, I said, my voice steady, infused with a newfound courage. We'll become legends. Ilara smiled, a fierce, defiant grin that sent a current of adrenaline coursing through me. We weren't just two souls lost in a city of shadows, we were warriors of our own fate, ready to confront the darkness. The clock ticked on, the chime reverberating through us as the world outside continued its mindless dance. We would step into that chaos, armed with the poison that could cut through the lies and treachery. With one last glance at Ilara, I felt the world narrow and expand all at once. We were on the edge of something monumental, a kaleidoscope of fate, swirling and shifting. The moment hung heavy, trembling with possibility. No more whispers, no more ghosts. We would be the storm. And as the door creaked open, the night awaited, dark and full of promise. The water was a dark mirror, reflecting the stars that hung like distant whispers, and it felt alive, as if it knew the secrets of the night. I could hear the soft lapping at the shore, a gentle reminder of fragility, the thin line between life and the suffocating depths. An echo of laughter floated on the breeze, tauntingly close yet frighteningly far. It was a night like any other, and yet, it crackled with electricity, a tension that seemed to pulse beneath the surface, waiting for something, or someone, to break. Don't let go. Sarah's voice cut through the air, frantic, raw with fear. I turned, my heart pounding against my chest, feeling the weight of the moment pressing down like an anchor. She stood at the edge, her silhouette stark against the moonlit water, hands trembling. I was torn, between the urge to comfort her and the instinct to run. To jump into the abyss or to stay on land where safety felt like a thin veil. Please? You have to help him. Panic dripped from her words like molten lead, filling my veins with dread. Zack was the storm, The chaos that pulled us all into its orbit, flawed and beautiful, with laughter that could ignite the darkest corners of our souls. But now, he was flailing in the water, a dark figure battling against the tide that wanted to claim him. Each gasp, each desperate cry sent icy fingers creeping up my spine. I could taste the salt on my lips, feel the cool breeze ruffle my hair, but it seemed insignificant against the roar of the water and the urgency that choked the air. "Zach!" I shouted, my voice swallowed by the night. It echoed, a forlorn call that hung in the air, weighted with the fear of loss. I stepped closer to the edge, my mind racing through memories, those wild, reckless nights, laughter spilling into the moonlight, secrets shared like treasures. I remember the way he'd cocked his head to one side, that playful smirk lighting up his face. I remember the night Sarah had kissed him under the stars, that beautiful, tragic moment when everything began to unravel. "Help him!" Sarah's tears glimmered in the darkness, and I saw her heart breaking, piece by piece, each tear a fragile shard of despair. She was raw, stripped of pretense, a reflection of everything I feared but longed to protect. I reached out, but my feet felt glued to the earth, as if the ground itself was pulling me down, holding me back from the inevitable plunge into chaos. Time stretched, each second a droplet of ice in my veins, a haunting reminder of what could be lost. I had to move. I had to break free. I was running before I realized it, feet pounding against the gravel, heart racing. I could hear the rush of water, a thunderous roar that drowned out all else. The world narrowed down to him, Zach, thrashing, a frantic dancer in the moonlit stage of despair, and the water, oh, the water, its dark embrace seemed so welcoming yet so ominous. As I reached the water's edge, the cold kissed my skin, shocking me to clarity. I dove in, the sensation both freeing and suffocating. The world above slipped away, replaced by the eerie silence of the depths. My body ached with the shock, but instinct drove me forward, pushing me through the murky darkness until I saw him, Zach, wild-eyed and panicked. I grasped his arm, and it was like holding onto lightning, a furious dance of life and death. But he was strong, too strong, the fear in his eyes turning into desperation, and suddenly, I was drowning too. The water churned around us, a relentless beast dragging us down into its cold embrace. "Let go," he screamed, his voice cracked and pleading. "You'll drown too." But I couldn't let go. I wouldn't let go. I remembered Sarah's tears, her broken heart, and the fragile hope that hung between us, threatening to snap like a thin strand of silk. I pulled at him, my breath burning, lungs screaming for air, but the water wrapped around us like chains, heavy and unyielding. His gaze shifted, and in that moment, I saw it, the flicker of something deeper, something that went beyond fear. It was regret, the weight of all those unspoken words, the burden of choices made in the shadows of laughter and light. Suddenly, this wasn't just a fight for survival, it was a reckoning. The surface shimmered above us, a promise of air, of life, but it felt so far away. "Fight!" I screamed, every ounce of strength pouring into those words. "Fight for us!" I could feel the desperation, the urgency electrifying the water around us. We were lost, but not yet gone, suspended in a fragile moment, wrestling against the tide that wished to claim us. I thought of the shadows that danced on the edges of our lives, the fears that whispered in our ears, what if we never made it back? And then, an eruption of raw instinct. He surged forward, breaking free of my grasp, propelling himself toward the surface. I gasped, the world around me spinning, a whirlpool of chaos and fear. I couldn't lose him, I couldn't let his ghost haunt me forever. The water screamed in protest as I fought my way to him, clawing at the darkness, the weight of despair clinging like a shroud. I broke through, lungs burning, the air, so sweet, so precious, filled my chest. I turned, desperation igniting my limbs, and there he was, just within reach, his face glowing with disbelief. "Sarah," he gasped, and it echoed in my heart like a prayer. I dragged him to the shore, our bodies colliding with the cold, hard earth, gasping for breath. The night had shifted, and the silence that followed was deafening, punctuated only by the distant howling of the wind. Sarah stood there, tears glistening like diamonds on her cheeks, a fragile smile breaking through the darkness. We were alive, torn and battered, but together. The ghosts of our choices lingered, shadows dancing at the edges of our hearts, but for now, we were anchored to this moment. The water had claimed a part of us, but it had also given us back something precious, our lives, entwined in the chaos, a bittersweet reminder that we were all just one breath away from the depths. And as the stars flickered above, I could feel the weight of the night pressing down, a reminder of the fragility of life, the darkness lurking beneath the surface. The battle was far from over, it had only just begun. The air was thick, heavy, alive with an electric hum. Somewhere, a clock ticked, its sound swelling in the silence like a heartbeat, but here, in this cramped, dimly lit room, time felt suspended. I remember the first time I stood there, a witness to humanity's darkest hour, my heart hammering in my chest like a wild animal, desperate to escape. The chair loomed before me, an abomination dressed in the guise of justice, its metallic frame cold and unforgiving, glinting under the flickering lights. It held the weight of the world's judgment in its iron grasp, and I was paralyzed, caught between horror and morbid fascination. Thomas, the executioner, stood to my side, his hands burly and calloused, the remnants of a laborious life etched into his skin. He was a man haunted by his own choices, a man who had seen too much. "It's just a job," he would say, but those words hung in the air like smoke, dissipating quickly, leaving behind only the acrid scent of guilt. I caught a glimpse of his eyes, blue and stormy, brimming with unshed tears or perhaps the weight of unspoken truths. He turned to me, and his voice was gravelly, as if he had swallowed too many regrets. "You ready for this?" I wasn't. I could hear the soft murmur of the witnesses gathering, their whispers coiling around us, thickening the air like fog. Each one of them stood at the precipice of morality, their faces a canvas of anticipation and dread. They all carried their own burdens, each heartbeat a reminder of lives entwined in the web of crime and punishment. The room buzzed, an electric tension crackling in the atmosphere as if the very walls were alive, waiting, watching. Then there was Emily, a young woman with fiery red hair and a spirit that seemed too fierce for the world she inhabited. She was a journalist, fierce and unyielding, seeking the truth that lay buried beneath layers of darkness and blood. But here, in this space, she felt small, her resolve flickering like the dying bulb overhead. She had come to report on the execution, yet I could see the turmoil in her eyes. "What if he's innocent?" she whispered, her voice trembling, haunted by the weight of that possibility. "Sometimes, we don't get to choose the truth," I said, my words echoing against the unforgiving walls. "Sometimes, the truth chooses us." But even as I said it, I felt the bitter taste of uncertainty on my tongue. The door creaked open, and in he walked, the condemned. His shackles clinked, a chilling melody of despair as he shuffled forward, a ghost tethered to a life he once knew. His eyes met mine, a fleeting moment of connection that sent a shiver racing down my spine. I remember the way he hesitated, as if he could sense the weight of our gazes, heavy and accusatory. It was a heart-stopping gasp of humanity amid the cold, clinical horror of the chair. "Remember me," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, a challenge wrapped in desperation. I wanted to scream, who was I to remember him? But all I could do was nod, a silent surrender to the moment. He took his seat, the leather worn and cracked, as if it too had endured the pain of countless souls. The straps tightened around his limbs like serpents, constricting, suffocating, binding him to the present, to the horror of what was to come. I felt the weight of every witness's gaze upon him, a collective burden of judgment and fear mingling in the air. It was unbearable, a tapestry of emotion tangled in the space between heartbeats. Thomas stepped forward, his hand shaking slightly as he reached for the switch. The anticipation was palpable, a living entity swirling around us, suffocating. I glanced at Emily. She was pale, her face a mask of conflicted emotions, a battle waging within her. She had come to expose the truth, yet here she stood, on the brink of witnessing the ultimate finality. I wanted to reach out, to pull her back from the edge, but I too was caught in the snare of inevitability. The room held its breath, a collective moment suspended in time. I could hear the erratic beating of my own heart, a frantic rhythm against the silence, as Thomas's hand hovered over the switch. I remember the fear, the bone-deep terror that gripped me, that twisted in my gut like a knife. We were all complicit in this moment, all guilty in our own way. God forgive us, Thomas murmured, and in that instant, I felt the weight of history pressing down on us, the shadows of all who had come before, the countless lives snuffed out in the name of law. The air crackled with an energy that felt ancient, the echoes of screams long silence reverberating through the walls, whispering their stories to anyone willing to listen. Then the switch was thrown. A pulse of electricity surged through the room, an unseen hand reaching out, grasping, consuming. The chair shuddered violently, the sound of metal screaming against flesh. I could see the flicker of life draining from him, his eyes wide with disbelief, and in that moment, I felt the world collapse around me. Time fragmented into shards of reality, the horror unfolding in slow motion yet rushing forward all at once. I caught Emily's eyes, the horror reflected back at me like a mirror. We were witnesses, but also participants in this macabre dance of life and death. We bore witness to the end and yet felt so helpless in the face of it. As the final tremor subsided, silence enveloped the room, heavy and suffocating. I remember staring into the abyss, my heart pounding a requiem for the life extinguished before us, a ghost lingering just outside the reach of our understanding. The electric chair stood there, its grim presence a stark reminder of humanity's capacity for both cruelty and the desperate search for justice. And as I turned to leave, the ghost of that moment haunted me, a wisp of smoke threading through my mind, reminding me that justice can be as twisted and jagged as the lives we lead. The clock ticked on, relentless, drawing us into the next moment, a reminder that in life, we are all tethered to fate, forever standing on the precipice of our own electric chairs. The sterile smell of antiseptic clawed at the air, biting into the senses of everyone present, but the dread hung thicker. A clock ticked, each second a drumbeat of doom reverberating in the small room, echoing the heartbeats of the two people standing on the precipice of life and death. Samantha stood rigid, eyes locked on the gurney. Her grip on the metal railing was a lifeline, fingers white-knuckled with fear and resolve. This was her brother, Jesse, strapped down like a lamb for slaughter. The soft hum of fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, a cruel reminder of the clinical precision about to unfold. She remembered their childhood, the whispered secrets and wild dreams. "We'll take on the world together," Jesse had promised, his voice bright like summer. But summer had ended, and now a winter chill gripped her soul. Across the room, the executioner, a shadow behind a mask, prepared the 3 syringes lined up like soldiers for a war unknown. Each filled with a cocktail of chemicals designed to snuff out a life. Samantha's stomach churned. "This isn't justice," she whispered, her voice breaking. "It's murder dressed in a white coat." But it was too late for words. The state had spoken. A decision made in the dark corridors of power, far removed from the blood and bone of reality. Her heart raced, a wild bird trapped in a cage. She glanced at Jesse, fear etched into his features. He was more than the crimes he'd committed, he was her brother. "I didn't do it," he had said, pleading, eyes wide with panic when they talked through the glass. The words echoed in her mind like a haunting refrain. "You have to believe me, Sam." How could she reconcile the love for her brother with the horrific acts he was accused of? The line blurred, and with it, her heart ached under the weight of confusion. Then there was Mark, the father who had been there, yet not really there, his presence like a ghost haunting the edges of their lives. He paced anxiously, twisting his wedding ring as if the cold metal could squeeze warmth back into his heart. All his life, he had tried to shield Jesse from the world, to raise him right, yet here they stood, one son shackled, the other a mere spectre of his former self. "I'm sorry," he muttered, the words slipping from his lips like a prayer without hope. His eyes flickered to Samantha, a silent plea for understanding. "How did we let it come to this?" The silence swallowed her words. To hope was to invite betrayal, to dream was to dance with despair. She had wanted to believe in the innocence of her brother, but the evidence was a tidal wave, washing away her certainty. But guilt gnawed at her insides, a persistent reminder that family meant something deeper than blood. It meant standing by, even when the ground shook beneath them. Looking at Jesse, she clung to the memory of their last conversation, the warmth of his laughter wrapped around her like a blanket against the chill of doubt. "Promise you'll remember me, Sam," he'd said, eyes shining with a light that seemed far away now, a flicker in the gathering darkness. "No matter what happens." Suddenly, the door creaked open, and the executioner stepped forward, the syringes glinting in the harsh light. The moment stretched, an elastic band pulled to the brink, ready to snap. Sweat beaded on Samantha's brow, and she fought against the tide of helplessness swelling within her. "Stop!" "No," she screamed, her voice raw like an open wound, but it was swallowed by the sterile walls, devoured by the indifferent machinery of death. Mark turned to her, eyes pleading. "We can't, Sam. We can't bring him back." But could they turn their backs? The world outside raged on, oblivious to the storm swirling within this small room, the hearts trapped in a moment that felt infinite, yet fleeting. With a defiant surge of emotion, Samantha stepped forward, her voice trembling but fierce. "You don't have to do this. He's not just a number, not just a statistic. He's my brother, and he deserves more than this." Time fractured around her, and she felt the weight of every life lost, every family torn apart over decisions made in boardrooms, away from the screams and pleas. Jesse met her gaze, his eyes pleading, a flicker of hope igniting in that abyss of despair. "Sam, please," he whispered, the sound barely a breath. But in that moment, it wasn't just lost hope that colored his words, it was a deep understanding of the fragility of life. The executioner paused, the room held its breath. Time stretched, a taut wire ready to snap. The ticking clock was relentless, each tick a reminder that the moment would soon be over. The chemicals waited, unforgiving, inevitable. And in that pause, Samantha felt every heartbeat, each one a battle cry against the darkness. The atmosphere thickened, heavy with the weight of choices, regrets, and the silence of the damned. Mark stepped forward, his voice a shuddering whisper. "We can't save him, but we can stand with him." And in that moment, as the executioner turned, the world spiraled into chaos. Desperation clawed at the corners of Samantha's mind, memories of laughter and warmth mixing with images of cold steel and sterile walls. A flood of emotion shattered the facade of composure. She wanted to scream, to shout that this wasn't justice, it was an execution disguised as a mercy. As the needle pierced the skin, the room fell silent, a breath held in the collective soul. Time slowed, bending like light refracted through a prism. Jess's eyes widened, and in that moment, the world shifted. The clock's relentless ticking faded into a whisper, replaced by echoes of past promises, dreams of a future now lost. Darkness crept in, wrapping around them like a shroud. The air thickened with despair, whispering secrets of what could have been, what should have been. And as the chemicals flowed, Samantha felt herself falling, endlessly, into the void that swallowed everything whole. The universe continued its indifferent march, stars glimmering in the cold expanse above, while down here, in that sterile room, time stood still. And as life ebbed away, a question hung suspended in the air, heavy with dread. What does it mean to truly live when the specter of death looms so close? The chilling whistle of a bullet slicing through the air, sharp as an executioner's breath, is the last sound a man hears before everything fades into silence. It's a sound that haunts, echoes through the dark corners of memory. I remember the sun, unbidden, casting long shadows over the dust of the parade ground, where death and glory intermingle. I remember, God, how could I forget, the faces of the soldiers, their eyes flint-like, resolute but betraying the flicker of doubt. In the middle of a crisis, the air is thick, suffused with the heat of sweat and fear. Corporal Thomas Hale stands in the center, the weight of his rifle heavy against his chest, his hands trembling. He is not a monster, he is a man. A man caught in a tempest of loyalty and morality, staring down the barrel of a choice that will condemn him. I did not choose this, he shouts, voice cracking like the brittle bones of those who have gone before. His heart pounds, a war drum echoing in the silence that envelops them, the distant hum of humanity reduced to a single moment of impending dread. Beside him, Private Samuel Brooks fidgets, anxiously adjusting his cap, eyes darting to the man they are to execute. The clinking of the metal on his belt feels like a countdown to the end. He's just a boy, really, barely out of his teens, caught in the ruthless machinery of war. We're just following orders, he whispers, but the words taste like ash in his mouth. The pallor of his skin betrays a deep conflict, his stomach twisting with every second that stretches like an eternity. In the same breath, he recalls the laughter of his sister, the sun-soaked afternoon spent playing in the fields. How far they seem from this hellish moment. Then there's the condemned man, Sergeant Oliver Reed, eyes wide with an understanding that pierces through the layers of military protocol, revealing a raw vulnerability. He was once a hero, a protector of his country. Now he stands stripped of titles, a ghost in a soldier's uniform. "You think you're doing your duty," he quips, the gallows humor spilling over like blood from a wound. "This is all that's left of me." A ghost of a smile haunts his lips, but the truth lies heavy in the air. He knows he won't walk away. The soldiers shift, each movement pregnant with tension. The sergeant's mind races, memories flashing like old film reels, laughter in the barracks, brothers in arms, the smell of gunpowder mingling with something sweet, something that feels increasingly elusive. "I remember," he says, voice trembling. "I remember the way the world felt before." Then it happens, the order comes, sharp and final, cutting through the atmosphere like a knife. "Aim!" The command is a thunderclap. Hearts leap into throats, breaths hitch. Thomas grips his rifle, knuckles whitening, the wood splintering under the pressure of his grip, a tether to a reality he can't escape. "What am I doing?" he thinks, panic rising like bile. Fire! The sound is deafening, a storm of violence that reverberates through the ground beneath them. Time seems to fracture, stretching into infinity as bullets fly. Each shot is a heartbeat, pulsing with the agony of choices made and lives lost. Samuel's heart races as he feels the recoil of the rifle, a shudder coursing through him, a visceral reminder that he has taken part in something irrevocable. The air thickens, saturated with the acrid scent of gunpowder and desperation. In that moment, everything blurs, past, present, future, a cosmic collision of emotions. Thomas stares at the fallen figure of Sergeant Reed, the air around him crackling with an energy that feels both exhilarating and horrific. He can see the life draining from Reed's body, each pulse of blood seeping into the earth as if to nourish a land that has seen too much death. I remember the quiet that follows, a stillness so profound it makes the world tilt on its axis. The sun hangs low, casting an orange hue over the scene, bathing the soldiers in a haunting glow. It feels like a funeral, but for whom? The man who died, or the men left behind, shackled by the chains of their decisions. Samuel drops his rifle, a shattered whisper of innocence lost. "What have we done?" he gasps, horror flooding his features as he stumbles back, the weight of his actions a leaden cloak around his shoulders. The world around him flickers, every color muted, every sound distorted. He feels the specter of guilt linger, a relentless ghost he cannot shake off. Thomas stands frozen, staring at the lifeless body, the remnants of a man who once had dreams, hopes, a family. Was it worth it, he asks, though no one answers. The question hangs in the air, heavy and oppressive, vibrating with the enormity of their actions. And then the darkness creeps in, not the absence of light but a suffocating presence that envelops them all, a reminder of the choices they've made, the people they've killed. Each soldier carries a fragment of that soul, a piece of the haunting silence that follows, and it weighs heavier than any weapon. As the sun dips below the horizon, shadows lengthen, stretching out like fingers grasping for something they've lost. The ground beneath them, soaked with blood, becomes a tapestry of history, an eternal cycle of violence and redemption. No one speaks, they can feel their hearts beating in tandem, a synchronized rhythm echoing through the stillness. And thus they stand, three men forever altered, caught in the cruel machinery of war, a sordid dance of duty and despair. Each breath feels like a testament to survival, yet they are all ghosts in this moment, bound together by a single act that will define them forever. Time slips away, the clock ticking down to something greater than themselves, a reminder that history is written in blood, and the ink never truly dries. In that haunting silence, as the echoes of gunfire fade into the distance, they realize, this isn't the end, it's merely a continuation of a story that will write itself anew, over and over again, as the world spins on, indifferent and relentless. I remember the silence before the storm. A stillness that clung to the air, heavy as a shroud, thick with the acrid scent of fear. It enveloped us like a suffocating blanket, wrapping tightly around our throats, whispering of impending doom. The night was alive with the distant rumble of thunder, but here, in this forgotten corner of the world, it was the weight of dread that made our hearts race. There were 3 of us crouched in that darkened alley, shadows merged with shadows, breathing in the electric tension that crackled like live wire. Eli, his hands trembling, clutched a rusted canister, his grasp a desperate plea for salvation. His eyes darted around, searching for something, hope, maybe, or perhaps a glimpse of light in an all-consuming darkness. "Do you hear that?" he whispered, voice cracking, barely a breath. It was a sound that clawed its way through the silence, a low, ominous hiss, like a serpent coiling, ready to strike. Mara stared at him, her face pale, framed by the flickering glow of a nearby lantern. She was fierce, a warrior twisted by sorrow. "It's just the wind," she said, but her voice trembled, betraying her. The truth was there, lurking in the space between breaths. We all felt it, the creeping dread that slithered through the cracks of our minds. For months, we had fought against an enemy that employed not just bullets and blades, but an insidious weapon of the soul. Chemical warfare. A name that sounded almost mundane, yet it dripped with the blood of our brothers and sisters. We had seen the aftermath, the bodies contorting in agony, faces twisted in a grotesque dance of death. The gas chamber was their grave, an unholy monument to suffering. I remember my first encounter with it, the sight seared into my mind like a brand. A field, once vibrant with life, now a graveyard of dreams. The air had smelled sweet then, honeyed and tempting, until it turned bitter. I had watched as the soldiers, our soldiers, fell, one by one, their bodies bowing to an invisible force. It was a symphony of destruction, played in the key of despair. Are we really going to do this? Mara's voice sliced through my memories, harsh and raw. Are we willing to become what we're fighting against? Eli's fingers tightened on the canister, the metal biting into his skin. We have no choice. If we don't, they'll keep coming. They'll keep killing. His eyes burned with a feverish intensity, a mix of desperation and resolve. I understood that fire, it was the same one that smoldered in my chest. But what did we know of battles fought in the shadows? Of enemies who wore gas masks, cloaked in the guise of humanity? It was a war of attrition, one that gnawed at the fabric of our souls, leaving us frayed and tattered. Each day we fought, I felt a piece of myself erode, like sand slipping through an hourglass. In those moments, I looked at Mara. She was a lighthouse amidst the storm, a beacon I clung to. Her laugh was a haunting melody I replayed in my mind, a reminder of what joy once tasted like. But joy had become a ghost, haunting the ruins of our lives. "I remember the way you used to smile," I told her, voice barely above a whisper. Before all of this. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, and I could see the memory swirling in their depths. "I remember the sun," she replied, her voice thick with emotion. "I remember the way it warmed my skin. I remember feeling alive." A distant explosion shattered the moment, shaking the ground beneath us, and we all flinched instinctively. The reverberations echoed through the alley, a grim reminder of the world outside. The battle raged on, relentless and unforgiving. "Let's do this," Eli said, his voice steady now, a promise forged in steel. "For them. For everyone who can't fight anymore." We nodded, the weight of our resolve settling like lead in our stomachs. With trembling hands, Eli twisted the cap off the canister, the sound slicing through the air like a knife. I could feel the tension crackling all around us, the very atmosphere charged with fear and anticipation. As he lifted it, time seemed to slow, moments stretching out into infinity. I watched him, the boy who had once laughed with abandon, now transformed into a harbinger of dread. He was becoming something we all feared, yet I couldn't look away. The hissing grew louder, a siren song that promised power but hinted at destruction. It filled the space between us, wrapping its tendrils around our hearts. I wanted to scream, to run, but I was rooted to the spot, paralyzed by the weight of the moment. "Eli, wait!" Mara's voice broke through, a desperate plea born of love and fear. "We can't lose ourselves to this." But Eli was lost in his own world, consumed by the fire that raged within him. He stepped forward, ready to unleash a torrent of fury, to reclaim something we could never truly possess. And then, in that heartbeat, the world unraveled. We were no longer three souls in a dark alley, we became warriors on a battlefield, shadows twisted by the blinding light of choice. I could feel the air thicken, a palpable wave of dread cascading over us. The gas would spread like wildfire, consuming everything in its path, leaving only despair in its wake. I thought of the faces we'd seen, their pain etched into my memory, and I felt the urge to shout, to claw my way back from the ledge. But what was left to salvage? We were already ghosts, echoes of who we used to be. And in that breathless moment, as Eli prepared to unleash hell, I understood the truth. The gas chamber would either be our salvation or our tomb. In the distance, the battle raged on, but here in this alley, time had stopped. The air shimmered with tension, and the weight of our choices loomed like a spectre, haunting us with the spectre of what might come next. Would we emerge as heroes or as the very monsters we fought against? The decision lay before us, sharp and jagged, as we stood on the threshold of something terrible and magnificent. The rope hangs there, a menacing loop, swaying gently in the moonlight like a breath held too long. I can almost hear the whispers of the past, the echoes of lives lost, like the soft rustle of leaves in a midnight breeze, carrying secrets buried beneath years of judgment. There's a chill in the air, sharp enough to slice through the facade of bravado that clings to me like a second skin. I shiver, not just from the cold, but from the weight of what this news represents. It's just after midnight when everything becomes painfully clear, the hours so late they feel like secrets slipping through clenched fingers. But it's not the hour that grips my heart, it's the sight of Thomas, his face pale, eyes wide, the flickering lantern casting shadows that dance across his features. The look in his eyes is a reflection of my own fear, a mirror that amplifies our terror like an unholy choir. "What if they come for me next?" he whispers, the tremor in his voice slicing through me, raw and jagged. I remember the day we first came to this cursed place, our laughter ringing like bells, naive and unwary. The gallows stood there then, too, a dark spectre looming over us, but we had laughed, careless children dismissing death as a distant tale spun by old men. I remember the moment those tales turned real, the day the hangman called for blood. I clench my fists, the memory of that day flooding back, a wave of nausea crashing over me. "Keep your head low, Thomas," I murmur, my throat dry as parchment. "They're always watching. You can't let them see your fear." But even as I say it, I know the truth. Fear is not an enemy we can hide from, it's a companion that wraps around us, tightening with every breath. I reach out, trying to anchor him with my presence, but he flinches away, a wild thing caught in a snare. "Fear? It's a luxury I can't afford," he snaps, the bitterness clawing at my heart. "What's it to you, anyway? You've already sold your soul to their gallows." There's a sharpness in his words, a truth that cuts deeper than the noose swinging above us. I swallow hard, guilt bubbling like a cauldron on the verge of boiling over. Each word feels like a betrayal, a reminder of the choices I've made, the alliances forged in shadows, the sacrifices couched in shadows. The gallows loom closer as he turns away, isolating himself in a storm of his own making. I see him there, a silhouette against the pale light, and it breaks something in me. It reminds me of the moments we've shared, days spent in laughter, nights cloaked in the warmth of friendship. It feels like eons ago, a distant memory buried beneath the weight of what we've become. "Thomas," I call, my voice a threadbare whisper, hoping he'll hear the plea woven into it. But he doesn't turn, he's too far gone, lost in a tempest of his own fears, and I'm left standing in this haunting silence, the noose swinging in time with my heartbeat. And then there's Clara, her name a haunting echo in the recesses of my mind. I can feel her presence, even if I can't see her. She is the flame flickering against the encroaching dark, the warmth that whispers of hope. I remember when she first spoke of freedom, her voice a melody that danced through the despair of our surroundings. "One day, we'll break free from this," she had said, her eyes sparkling with a fierce determination that nearly took my breath away. But that was before the shadows deepened, before the hangman's noose became a tangible threat. "Clara, we need to find a way out," I whisper, but the night swallows my words. The wind carries my fear into the distance, mixing it with the sense of damp earth and the lingering stench of sweat and death. I can almost hear her laughter, but it's tainted now, a ghost of what was, a reminder of the light that flickered and died too soon in the face of reality. In the echoes of the night, I can still hear the cries of the damned, voices of those who once stood where we stand, eyes bright with defiance. They have become whispers in the wind, their stories lost to the hangman's relentless pursuit of justice. The devices of their end, sharp blades glinting under the moonlight, heavy weights pulling them down, haunt me. I feel the weight of their anguish, the cruelty of their demise pressing against my chest, a constant reminder of the stakes we face. Thomas's breath hitches next to me, a sound I can't ignore. "We can't let them take us," he says, and I see the flicker of desperation in his gaze. It ignites a spark within me, a flickering hope that maybe, just maybe, we can claw our way back from this abyss. "Do you remember the stories we told?" I ask, my voice trembling. "The ones where we were heroes, where we fought back against the darkness." "Yes, but those are just stories." "Fables for children," he snaps, the bite in his words a desperate shield against the dread creeping into his heart. But I won't let him go, I can't. I reach for him, grasping his shoulder. "But they were powerful, weren't they?" I plead. "We can write our own ending. It doesn't have to be this way." His eyes meet mine, and for a moment, we exist in that fragile space, the possibility of shared resolve hanging like the noose above us. And then, just as quickly, it shatters. The shadows shift, and the weight of our reality returns, heavy and suffocating. I feel the noose tighten around my heart, the knowledge of what is to come coiling around my mind like the rope that binds us to this forsaken fate. "Together, then," he asks, a flicker of vulnerability breaking through his hardened facade. I nod, our pact forged in the depths of our trembling souls. But even as I speak the words, I know the noose remains, waiting for its moment, to claim us both or to let us fly. The night deepens, the darkness wrapping around us like a shroud, as we stand at the precipice of our fate, hearts racing in tandem, caught in a world where life hangs by a thread. The moon hung low, an ominous glow casting shadows that danced across the cobblestone streets, each one a whisper of history's darkest echoes. Sounds morphed into a chilling silence, where the breath of the night itself felt like a spectre, waiting for the moment to strike. There, beneath an ancient oak that had seen too much, stood Eleanor. She was a mere flicker of a woman, heart pounding a frantic rhythm that matched the drumming of her thoughts. She remembered laughter that was now buried under the weight of fear, the joyous moments crushed into dust. The village had fallen silent, holding its breath as if aware of the dread that had ensnared them all. The gallows loomed in the distance, a grotesque silhouette against the darkened sky, where fate was no longer a matter of choice. Executioners were once figures of authority, shrouded in the solemn garb of justice. Now, they were mere harbingers of terror, their shadows stretching across the hearts of the condemned. Eleanor shuddered. No one was safe. Not even her. "Do you think they'll come for me?" she whispered, a tremor in her voice that could shatter glass. Her words were swallowed by the stillness, leaving a haunting echo. She glanced sideways at Marcus, a man caught in his own vortex of despair. He had always been her protector, the knight in tarnished armor who fought demons that lived beyond the edges of their world. But tonight, the shadows were too thick, and she saw the flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. "I don't know," he replied, but the truth lay heavy on his tongue. His mind raced back, and he could almost see the faces of the women who had come before her, their lives snuffed out like candles in a gust of wind. He felt the weight of history pressing against him, a relentless tide of sorrow that threatened to drown them both. But it was more than sorrow, it was anger, wrath boiling beneath the surface. The very air they breathed felt tainted with the bitterness of injustice. He could hear the distant whispers of those who had succumbed to the horrors of their fate, women who had known the cruel embrace of violation before being stripped of their last breath. The thought clawed at his insides, wrenching open old wounds he had thought healed. "I remember," he would begin, but the words would knot in his throat, choking him with the memories of screams that echoed long after the executioner's blade had fallen. Eleanor's eyes glistened with unshed tears, each one a reminder of the horrors that had been unleashed upon them. The crimes of men had carved deep scars on their souls, each strike of the executioner's axe a punctuation mark that bore witness to their suffering. I remember the stories they told us as children, she murmured. The tales that painted death in vivid colors made it seem like a release. But now, her voice trailed off as she glanced toward the gallows, the noose swaying in the breeze, mocking their fear. Somewhere within the darkness, a figure loomed, an executioner wrapped in shadows, his presence an unsettling amalgam of dread and authority. He was an artist of death, wielding his axe like a brush, painting the canvas of life with strokes of finality. Each execution was a performance, a twisted theater where the actors were stripped of all dignity, left to dance one last macabre waltz before the curtain fell. Eleanor couldn't breathe. What if, she began, but the thought was too terrifying to voice. What if she became a part of that dreadful stage? What if her screams joined those of the countless others who had met their end at the hands of a merciless world? Marcus gripped her hand tightly, grounding her in that fragile moment. No, he said, the word a lifeline thrown into a swirling sea of despair. They had to escape, to push back against the tide of violence that threatened to drown them. But how? The world beyond the shadows felt like a prison, and they were the last flickers of hope fighting to ignite a fire in a storm. He glanced at the gallows again, and in that moment saw not just the rope, but the stories of women who had stood where Eleanor stood now. Their faces haunted him, each one a testament to the cruelty of men who wielded power with a careless grin. This isn't justice, he murmured, it's vengeance wrapped in the guise of morality. But vengeance was a double-edged sword, a brutal truth that sliced through the fabric of their lives. The line between punishment and retribution blurred, leaving them grappling with the weight of their own existence. The executioner was not merely a man, he was a reflection of a society steeped in violence, where the sins of the wicked were often paid for by the innocent. Eleanor's heart raced as the clock struck the witching hour, its chimes reverberating through the silence like a death knell. "We have to go," she urged, her voice rising with urgency, but Marcus hesitated. The weight of history pressed heavily upon him, a stone that threatened to crush his resolve. "And if we fail," he responded, fear creeping into his tone. The truth lay bare before them, failure meant the end, the cruel embrace of the gallows. But failure had already haunted them. It lived in every breath they took, in every heartbeat echoing the countless lives lost. "We fight," she declared, her voice gaining strength, "we fight for them." In that moment, a spark ignited within Marcus, a flicker of defiance against the tide of despair. "For them," he echoed, and together they stepped away from the shadows of the oak tree, the weight of their fears swirling around them, a tempest of emotion and turmoil. The path ahead was fraught with peril, but they had each other, and in a world where hope was rare, that was a weapon more powerful than any blade. As the executioner's shadow lengthened, the night deepened, wrapping them in its embrace. They moved forward, hearts pounding like war drums, the echoes of history trailing behind, each step a rebellion against the silent screams of the past. And in the stillness, they swore an oath, to fight against the dual punishment that had plagued their souls, to carve a future free from the shackles of terror, even if the executioner awaited them just beyond the dawn. The earth shudders under the weight of boots marching in unison, a grotesque symphony of authority and fear. The air is thick with the smell of gunpowder and desperation, a cocktail that clogs the throat and twists the stomach into knots. I clutch my daughter's hand, small, fragile, as if a gust of wind could whisk her away. I remember her laughter, a melody that once danced through the corridors of our home, now replaced with the silence of waiting. "Stay close," I whisper, though the words feel hollow, echoing against the walls of our reality. Shadows stretch and twist, the flickering light of the fire casting nightmarish shapes around us. The soldiers, uniformed phantoms, move like clockwork, each movement a reminder of the life we once knew, the innocent stolen by the clangor of war. My heart beats in time with the distant explosions, a grim metronome marking the seconds until... Until what? Until the finality that lurks just beyond the horizon, hungry and insatiable. Beside me, a man stands, face pale and ashen, Dimitri, my neighbor, a father too, once a mechanic with grease-stained hands. Now, he clutches a rusted wrench, a tool-turned weapon. It's absurd, almost laughable. We're a mad ensemble, actors in a tragedy scripted by the unseen. I catch a glimpse of his eyes, where fear battles hopelessness, swirling like a tornado. I can't help but think of our last conversation, how he spoke of dreams, visions of a life reclaimed. "Do you remember the summer?" he asks, voice trembling like the dry leaves beneath our feet. I nod, though the memory feels distant, a mirage fading in the heat of this hell. The scent of wildflowers, the laughter of children, what was once a canvas of color now bleeds gray. "I remember," I say, and the words hang heavy between us, a bridge we both cross, though the chasm widens beneath us. The crackle of a walkie-talkie interrupts our reverie, a jolt that sends us both flinching. "They're coming," a voice crackles, distorted yet clear, like glass shattering in slow motion. We share a glance, a silent agreement forged in fear. We will protect our own, whatever it takes. And then she appears, my daughter, eyes wide, innocent curiosity crashing against the storm of dread swirling around us. She tugs at my sleeve, a soft plea laced with confusion. "Mama, why are they here?" Her voice, a fragile thread, threatens to snap under the weight of the world. I crouch down, forcing a smile, but it feels wrong, like wearing a mask in a funeral home. I want to shield her from the truth, to block out the encroaching shadows, but the reality seeps through, curling around her like a serpent. "Because, my love, they are looking for the bad men," I say, though it tastes like ash on my tongue. She nods, her innocence a stark reminder of what we are fighting for, and it stings deeper than any bullet. The soldiers march forward, faces set, eyes cold and unfeeling, executioners of a different kind. I feel the weight of their gaze as they scan the crowd, searching for a spark of rebellion, a flicker of defiance. It's a game they play, one that has no winners. Dimitri shifts beside me, tension coiling in his muscles, and I know that he feels the pulse of fear that thrums beneath the surface. "If they come for us," he begins, but the words hang like a noose in the air, unspoken yet palpable. I want to scream, to shatter the silence with the truth, but the words die in my throat. The thought of what they could do, the gruesome finale that awaits if we resist, is too much to bear. Then, a scream cuts through the stillness, a mother, crumpled on the ground, clutching her child. The sound is raw, primal, a jagged knife that slices through the facade of control we've desperately maintained. My heart races, each beat a reminder of my own child, the weight of her life resting in my hands. "Please," I whisper, though it's not a prayer, it's a plea to the universe, to whatever gods may be listening. "Let us survive this." But survival seems an elusive dream, tantalizing yet always out of reach. There's a sense of inevitability, like the ticking of a clock, counting down the moments until the unthinkable becomes reality. Dimitri, fueled by a wild spark of desperation, steps forward, wrench held high. "We won't go quietly." His voice rings out, a challenge that ignites the air. In that moment, I see him transformed, no longer the weary man waiting for an end, but a lion ready to defend his pride. My heart races, fear and admiration battling within me. "Dimitri, no!" I scream, but the cry is lost in the chaos. The soldiers turn, their expressions hardened, eyes narrowing, readying for the storm. The air crackles with tension, and I can feel the shift, the world tilts on its axis. I clutch my daughter tighter, feeling her small heartbeat against my palm. I remember the stories of heroes from my childhood, tales of bravery and sacrifice that echo in my mind like a ghost. But this is no story, this is our life, our reality. Dimitri lunges forward, the wrench raised high like a sword, and in that moment, time slows, stretching infinitely. The world blurs, the soldiers, the screaming, my daughter's frightened face, all merging into a kaleidoscope of chaos. I reach out, fingers brushing against nothingness, grasping for something, anything to hold onto. The crack of gunfire shatters the stillness, and a warm darkness envelops me. The taste of iron fills my mouth, and I can't breathe. I remember the stars, the night sky stretching endlessly above us, and I wonder if they see us here, under the weight of this moment. I remember the laughter, the dreams, the relentless hope flickering like a candle in the wind. But now, in the unfolding theater of war, the shadows gather, waiting to consume us whole, and I brace myself for the next act, the next haunting echo of despair waiting just beyond the horizon. The crowd roared, a tide of bodies surging toward the gallows, an overwhelming wave of anticipation shimmering in the heavy air. I could feel it, a pulse, a heartbeat that wasn't my own, thrumming in time with the distant tolling of the bell. There was a man, squinting into the sun that hung low in the autumn sky, a grim spectre swallowed by shadows. His name was Thomas, and today, he was to be granted an audience with death. "Do you think they'll let him speak?" the woman beside me whispered, her voice a thin thread amidst the cacophony. Her fingers trembled against her belly, an unwilling reminder of the life growing within her. I could see it, her fear, raw and palpable, shimmering in her wide eyes. She had come for the spectacle but found herself ensnared in a web of dread. "Speak!" I replied, my heart thundering. What could he say that would matter now? I didn't know if I was trying to comfort her or myself. The gallows loomed like the dark, crooked smile of fate, a cruel smile that promised both justice and suffering. Thomas was no monster, he was a man caught in circumstances far too bitter to swallow whole. As the chime of the bell echoed, the crowd shifted, a beast restless and hungry, an entity drawn to the promise of despair. I caught glimpses of faces, some eager, others masked in melancholy, yet all drawn together, like moths to a flame that flickered with the promise of retribution. I remembered the day before, the whispers of the townsfolk thick as smoke in the market square. "He deserves it," they cried, twisting the narrative of a man who had simply tried to survive. "His kind should hang," they said. Their faces had twisted with rage, their eyes blazing with a fire fed by fear and ignorance. Thomas wasn't just a name, he was a symbol now, an object to be ridiculed, a lesson to be learned. Beside me stood Anne, his sister, a woman shaped by grief yet strong as iron. She was transfixed, her fingers digging into her palms as if the pain might anchor her to the moment. "He's innocent," she muttered, though I could hear the tremor in her voice, a falter like the gust of wind that rustled the leaves above us, whispering secrets of the past. "They don't care. They just want blood." The sun beat down, unforgiving, and I could see the sheen of sweat rolling down her brow, mingling with the salt of her tears. She had come to save him, or perhaps to bear witness, but now she was shackled by a despair that wrapped around her throat like a noose. "What will we do without him?" she choked out, and I felt the weight of her words crush me. The procession began, and Thomas emerged, a gaunt figure draped in the tattered fabric of despair. The noose dangled ominously, swaying like a pendulum that measured not time, but the moments left of his life. I felt a shiver crawl up my spine, an instinctive recall from the reality that lurked just beyond the veil of humanity's cruelty. "Look at him," a voice barked from the crowd, venomous and cruel. "A thief! A coward!" The laughter that followed was a harsh, jagged thing that sliced through the air, sharp enough to draw blood. It was a sound that echoed 1,000 times over in the dark corners of my mind. I thought of the things that drove men to desperation, the hollow ache of hunger, of loss, of shattered dreams. "Stop!" and screamed, her voice shattering the cacophony like glass. "He's not a monster. He's my brother." Her plea hung there, a fragile thing suspended in the air, as the crowd swelled and swallowed her words whole. For a moment, silence cloaked us, thick and heavy, a shroud over the impending doom. Then laughter crashed back like thunder, a wallop of collective madness. The crowd, once merely an audience, transformed into something primal, something that craved the spectacle of suffering. "Don't look away," I whispered to Anne, though my own eyes were glued to Thomas. I wanted to shield her, but how could one shield a heart already exposed? My heart raced, each beat a drum echoing the dread that washed over us. Thomas stood there, a figure of defiance, yet his eyes betrayed a flicker of hope. "I didn't mean to," he began, but the words were drowned in the roar of the crowd, a tidal wave of judgment and fury. His voice, once a soft melody, now fractured, lost in a cacophony of hatred. "Let him speak," someone urged, a voice that cut through the din like a knife, but it was too late. Justice, in its twisted form, had no ears for the innocent. The rope tightened, the moment drew near, and with it came the chilling realization that we were all complicit, each witness a thread in the fabric of this macabre tapestry. "Don't be afraid, Thomas," I wanted to shout, but my voice was trapped beneath the weight of my own heartache. "You are more than this moment." But the words dissolved into the air, powerless against the tide of inevitability. The world grew heavy, there was a stillness, a palpable pause, as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting. I could taste the bitterness of the crowd's expectation, a mix of dread and excitement that twisted in my gut. The gallows stood like a grim sentinel, casting long shadows that stretched toward the horizon, as if the very land mourned the loss of humanity in this coming act. Time warped around us, seconds felt like lifetimes, breaths hung in the air like fog before dissipating. And then, the trapdoor swung open. I clenched my fists, the reality crashing down like a storm, the thunderous crescendo of a world losing its humanity. Thomas, suspended between life and death, became a mirror reflecting the darkest parts of us all. The crowd gasped, a collective intake of breath that seemed to resonate through the very bones of the earth, a gasp of bloodlust, of satisfaction, of twisted justice. Anne's scream caught in her throat, a sound so raw it felt as if it could rend the fabric of reality itself. I turned to her, desperate to grasp her reality, to hold on to something as the world spun out of control. I remember, I whispered, when we believed in hope. But hope, the fragile wisp of a dream, was lost in the suffocating fog of despair. The bitter laughter of the crowd drowned out every silent plea, every ounce of love that begged for recognition. And in that moment, as Thomas swayed above the earth, caught in the unforgiving grip of fate, I realized we were all witnesses to a tragedy, each one of us etched into the story of his end. The bell tolled, once, twice, and with each chime, a piece of my soul felt unmoored, drifting away into the shadows of a world that would remember this day not for its cruelty, but for the thrill of spectacle. The air grew thick with ghosts, specters of suffering lingering long after the cries of the crowd faded. And still, I stood there, heart racing, blood boiling, tangled in the web of what it meant to feel, to live, to bear witness to the unfathomable depths of human despair. In the end, we were all part of the performance, each breath a line, each heartbeat a note in a symphony of suffering that knew no end. The clock struck midnight, the sound echoing like a death knell in the heavy silence of the town square. Shadows danced, flickering beneath the flickering lights overhead, where a single bulb swung from a rusty chain, casting erratic shapes on the cracked cobblestones. I stood there, heart racing, enveloped by the palpable tension in the air, as if even the night itself held its breath. Tonight, the ground beneath us trembled, for the wind whispered of change, rushing through the streets with a fierce urgency. "Do you hear that?" Joshua murmured, eyes glinting with a mix of fear and excitement. His voice, usually steady, now trembled like a newborn leaf. He clutched a worn pamphlet in his hands, words scrawled in shaky ink, promises of a world reborn. I could see his knuckles whitening, the resolve beneath his skin threatening to burst forth. He had always wanted to be the hero, the brave knight in this tale of banishment. And yet, here he stood, a mere man facing a darkness that felt ancient and unyielding. I remember the day they brought her in, bound and broken, like a shattered doll. I said, breaths coming quicker now, each word heavy with the weight of memory. The executioner's stone, cold and unforgiving, had loomed over us then, just as the gallows did now. It wasn't just another execution, it was a spectacle, a reminder of power, of fear. But tonight, the air was charged with something more, a hunger for justice, the scent of revolution mingling with the stench of despair. They called it justice, but what justice can be found in blood? A shiver ran down my spine. It was more than just the chill of the night, it was the creeping realization that we were standing on the precipice of something seismic. The crowd around us swelled, a restless sea of faces, each one haunted, each one yearning for something greater. In the heart of that thrumming mass, I saw Ilara. A flame-haired figure, her spirit undeterred by the shadows that threatened to engulf us all. She was standing on a crate, calling out to the crowd, her voice rising above the murmurs, as raw and fierce as a storm. "We have to end this," she shouted, her eyes blazing with a fervor that could ignite 1,000 hearts. Each word was a spark, a clarion call for something bigger than all of us. Execution is not the answer. It's a lie we've been fed, a cycle of death that we must break. The crowd roared in response, a wave of sound that surged through the night. Joshua's grip on my arm tightened, his eyes wide, caught between the hope she ignited and the fear of the unknown. I remembered so vividly the stories of the gallows, the way they loomed over our town like a specter, casting long shadows on our lives. How could we have let this go on for so long? I was caught in a tempest of emotions, anger, fear, and a longing for change that clawed at my insides. It felt as if the very essence of humanity hung in the balance, teetering on the edge of oblivion. Look at them! I heard Joshua's voice break through my thoughts. They're scared, but they're brave. They're ready to fight. Each word was a drumbeat, rattling inside me, and I could feel the pulse of the crowd, their hearts syncopating in a rhythm of rebellion. Panic clashed with fervor. I felt the weight of history pressing down upon us, urging us to rise, to shatter the chains of this barbaric legacy. Ilara's voice cracked through the air again. We cannot be silenced. They want us to cower in fear, to accept their brutal justice, but we must stand united. Together, we are the storm. Together, we can banish execution from our hearts and our land. The intensity of her words wrapped around us, squeezing tight like a vice. I looked around at the faces. Some were twisted in rage, others glimmered with hope, and beneath it all, a deep sorrow echoed like a haunting melody. Moments passed, but they felt like an eternity, each heartbeat a reminder of the stakes, each breath heavy with the scent of impending change. A chant began to rise, deep in the gut of the crowd, a low rumble that swelled into a cacophony. No more death. No more death. It grew, a wave crashing against the shores of apathy, and the air buzzed with electric anticipation. I felt it in my bones, the aching desire for a different future, one where we could bury the ghosts of the past. But fear is a sly beast. It lurks in our corners, whispering doubts. What if it all fell apart? What if the executioner stood ready, blade gleaming in the moonlight, waiting to cut down our dreams? Joshua's eyes searched mine, begging for reassurance, and I wished I could offer him hope, the kind that was as solid as stone. Instead, all I could do was squeeze his hand, a silent promise that we would face this together. From a distance, I could see the shadow of the gallows, standing stark against the night sky, a grim reminder of the power that had kept us in chains for too long. And then, as if the darkness itself had taken form, the executioner emerged, rough and brutish, his face hidden beneath the hood of impending doom. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Fear rose like smoke, suffocating and thick. But Ilara would not be silenced. Look at him! He's nothing but a puppet in their game. We have the power to change this. Stand with me. Her voice cut through the fear, fierce and unwavering. And I watched, breathless, as people began to move, as they stepped forward, hearts beating in unison, ready to confront the specter of their oppressor. In that moment, resolution surged through me, fiery and fierce. I knew then that this wasn't just about execution. It was about every broken spirit, every child lost to the gallows, every voice silenced by fear. We would banish execution from our hearts and our town. The clock told again, but now it felt like a heartbeat, the pulse of a movement born from defiance. As the crowd surged forward, I felt the weight of history lift, if only for a moment. Each step was a vow, a promise to fight against the darkness. We were united, a tapestry woven from dreams and nightmares, fear and courage. And as the shadows danced around us, we became the light that could pierce the night. Tonight, we would stand together, the air thick with hope and despair, ready to confront the ghosts that haunted us all. The executioner's reign would end, and a new dawn would rise. I held on to that thought as I stepped into the fray, ready to banish not just the act, but the fear that had kept us shackled for too long. There's a moment, just before dawn, when the world holds its breath, an eerie silence draping itself over the cobbled streets of the city. Shadows cling to the edges of the alleys, and the air is thick with the scent of blood and betrayal. I remember that chill, the way it tingled on my skin, a harbinger of the storm that was about to break. The town square loomed before me, a stage set for a grisly performance. The gallows stood tall, a bleak silhouette against the dim sky, a promise of finality, of the end of something both grand and tragic. In the crowd, I felt the tension curling in the air like smoke, palpable and suffocating. They came in droves, faces twisted in anticipation, some with eyes gleaming with morbid curiosity, others with sorrow etched deep in their features. Among them was a man named Thomas, a loyalist with a heart that still beat for the king, even as the winds of revolution howled around him. his fists clenched at his sides, and I could see the war within him, the struggle between duty and compassion, love and vengeance. He had once sworn an oath to protect the crown, yet here he stood, poised on the precipice of chaos. And then there was Eleanor, the widow, cloaked in a shroud of despair, her children lost to the flames of war, turned into whispers in the night. She watched the gallows, her eyes glazed over, a storm of grief and rage swirling within her. I could see her heart breaking, and I felt it too, as if her sorrow was an echo reverberating through time. She was here not just for the execution but to bear witness to the cruelty that had claimed everything she loved. The memory of their laughter haunted her, a mocking reminder of what had been stolen away. As the hour drew near, the crowd shifted and buzzed like a hive disturbed. My heart raced, matching the rhythm of the clock's pulse ticking down to the moment of truth. A figure emerged, a man with a crown of thorns, a once mighty leader now reduced to this grim spectacle. King Charles I, the embodiment of a fractured monarchy, stepping into the light that exposed every flaw, every misstep. I remember the whispers that swept through the crowd, a current of disbelief and fury. He was a king, a sovereign, yet here he was, stripped bare of power, standing on the edge of oblivion. Why? I could hear the murmurs, the restless thought swirling like a tempest. Why must it come to this? A question laden with the weight of history. They had turned on him, these very people who had once cheered for his reign, their love now twisted into a noose. It was a betrayal that echoed through the ages, resonating with the hearts of those who dare to love passionately, tragically. The sun broke through the horizon, a cruel spotlight illuminating the scene, each face painted with a mosaic of emotions, helplessness mingling with anticipation. I watched as the executioner, a figure cloaked in shadows, approached with the grim inevitability of fate. His eyes were hollow, devoid of the spark of humanity, and yet I felt the tremors of his own conflict, the weight of a blade poised to sever the ties between life and death, between past and future. And then came the moment. The hush that fell over the crowd was a living thing, a collective inhale, and I could almost hear the hearts beating, each one a drum heralding the end. The king knelt, his head bowed, and the air grew thick with the scent of inevitability. I remember the shouts that erupted, a cacophony of rage and sorrow, and in that instant, time fractured, every heartbeat a countdown to an ending. Long live the king, someone cried out, voice cracking, an anthem of defiance, a desperate plea against the tide of fate. But it was too late. I watched, breath caught in my throat, as the executioner swung the axe, looping, brutal, final. Time slowed, each millisecond stretching into eternity, a moment suspended between horror and release. I thought of Eleanor and her lost children, of Thomas and his loyalty, of hearts shattered and hopes extinguished. And in that moment, I felt a profound sorrow, not just for the man who fell, but for the world that had turned so cruel, so unforgiving. The blade met its mark with a sickening thud, and the crowd erupted into chaos, a symphony of cries, gasps, a visceral reaction that shattered the silence. I was swept away, caught up in the tide of emotion, the horror imprinted on my mind like a brand. Faces blurred, screens echoed, and all I could think was how quickly the world could change, how fragile our lives really are. One moment we are kings and queens, the next, we are mere shadows of our former selves. In the aftermath, as the crowd dispersed, I found myself standing alone in the square, the gallows looming behind me like a ghost. I remember the chill creeping back, feeling its icy fingers wrap around my heart. The sun had risen, yet darkness cloaked the remnants of that day. I wandered through the streets, each step heavy, the echoes of history whispering in my ears. The execution was not just an end but a beginning, a cycle of violence and retribution that would haunt generations. I watched as those faces faded into memory, their stories woven into the fabric of time, a tapestry of blood and betrayal. There were no conclusions here, only the ache of what was lost and the foreboding sense of what was yet to come. And somewhere, in the shadows, Thomas and Eleanor lingered, their lives forever entwined with the fate of a king. I could feel their presence, their ghosts walking beside me, reminding me that every life is a flickering candle in the winds of history, and that the darkest nights often give birth to the brightest dawns. The story did not end with that execution, it would ripple through the ages, a haunting refrain, a reminder of love, loss, and the relentless passage of time. A darkened square, stone cold and silent, waits for the sun to bleed away the shadows. The weight of the air is thick with a secret, the kind that festers in the corners of history, an execution, an end, finality carved into the very fabric of existence. I stand there, breath caught in my throat, a witness to an age-old ritual that grips the soul and rattles the heart. The echoes of fate pulse around me. A clock chimes somewhere, the sound heavy and foreboding, reminding me that time is not just passing, it is consuming. I remember the flicker of a torch as it illuminates faces, some twisted in glee, others contorted in terror. The townsfolk, a mix of eager spectators and reluctant participants, gather like moths drawn to a flame. They come for the spectacle, the thrill of blood and the bitter tang of justice meted out in a visceral display. There is a man standing to my left, his jaw clenched, eyes stormy. His name is Elan, a blacksmith, a man tempered by the fire of his forge, yet now, he appears fragile, like glass, ready to shatter. His heart is torn, he has lost a brother to the gallows, and yet, here he stands, grappling with his own desire for retribution. Why do they chant? He whispers, his voice barely more than a breath, laden with anguish. Is this justice? I remember his struggle, the way a man can be both hunter and hunted, the way vengeance can wear a face both familiar and grotesque. The crowd roars, their chants rising like smoke, thick and acrid, swirling around us. But in that moment, Elan's world collapses. Across from him stands Myra, a woman of wild, untamed beauty, eyes glinting with a ferocity that rivals the flames of her own heart. She too has lost. Her sister, stolen away by the very system meant to protect. But here, beneath the dark sky, she senses something deeper within the cries of the crowd. It's not justice, she spits, it's a circus. The spark in her spirit flickers dangerously close to the flame, igniting hope, rage, and despair in a single breath. She wants the world to see how ridiculous this all is, the absurdity of clinging to traditions that revel in death while life flutters by, unacknowledged. The gallows loom like a cosmic joke, stark against the twilight. The ropes flutter in the light breeze, a mockery of what they represent, a promise of release, a finality that terrifies and exhilarates. I remember the way the executioner's face is hidden, a shadow among shadows, yet his presence is like a haunting melody that never leaves. He is the ghost of morality, wielding power with the indifference of a god, unmoved by the lives he decides to extinguish. And then, as the moment draws nearer, the tension in the air thickens, palpable, electric. Elan and Myra exchange a glance, a shared understanding, a bond forged in grief. The world outside this square fades away, and time distorts. I can feel every heartbeat, every pulse of their entwined fates. The crowd's chants rise, peaking in fervor. Justice! Justice, they cry, but the word has become a chameleon, shifting in meaning, hollow and worn. The executioner raises his hand, a conductor summoning silence from chaos. I remember the way the sky darkens, not just from the setting sun, but from the weight of collective souls lingering in the balance, teetering between condemnation and despair. Myra's voice cuts through. You call this justice, she screams, her words laced with venom, burning through the air. You kill, and you cheer, while the world rots around you. The crowd stirs, some nodding in agreement, others jeering, eyes wide and alive with the thrill of their morbid entertainment. Elan stands frozen, a tempest of emotion. He doesn't want to cheer, but the memory of his brother's laughter echoes in his mind, a ghostly reminder of why he is here. The irony of it strikes him, justice for one, and yet injustice for another. The crowd around him becomes a mirror, reflecting his turmoil, the battle within him raging like a storm. Make it stop, he cries, but his voice is swallowed whole by the cacophony. His fists clench, nails biting into palm, his heart a war drum echoing through his veins. And then, as if to mock the very essence of humanity, the rope hangs loose, just as life does, ungraspable. The prisoner's fate dances on a precipice. I remember the stillness that follows, a moment suspended in time, where breaths are held and reality becomes elastic, stretching far beyond the brink of comprehension. Myra steps forward, her eyes burning with defiance. If they want a show, let's give them one. The crowd stills, bewildered. The absurdity of her challenge hangs there, a question mark in the middle of a tragedy. In that heartbeat, the air shifts, the sinister shadows deepen. The rope swings in the wind, whispering secrets of the past, reminding us of the cost of our stories. The dappled moonlight casts eerie silhouettes on the cobblestones, a reminder that we are but players in this unfurling drama, part of a world that both condemns and allows, that loves and loathes, that yearns for revenge while drowning in sorrow. What is justice? What is cruelty? I remember the answers dancing just out of reach, elusive as the whispers of the dead. Every heartbeat echoes with the weight of their choices, entwined with the lives that flicker like candles in the dark. Elan and Myra, bound by loss, driven by emotion, are on the edge of something monumental, something that may either engulf them or release them. And as the clock ticks on, the square waits, no longer a mere backdrop, but a living entity, pulsating with the energy of despair, anger, and raw humanity. The executioner's shadow looms ever larger, the moment of truth drawing near. The air vibrates with uncertainty, with hope, with the promise of change. Justice, revenge, mercy, they're all tangled in this intricate web of existence, a tapestry woven by every breath taken, every life lost. And I stand there, caught in the tempest of it all, heart pounding, breath stilled, unsure of what will come next, yet fully aware that the darkness is never far behind, lurking just beyond the light. The air crackled with tension, the stench of sweat and fear palpable in the dim light of the cellar. A wooden beam groaned under the weight of it all, shadows dancing like spirits around the flickering candle. I remember the moment she hesitated, her breath shallow, eyes darting like trapped mice. Her name was Miriam, and she was a hunter of the sacred, a protector of faith, lost in the madness of it all. She stood there, clutching her rosary, fingers trembling, the beads digging into her palm like tiny daggers of guilt. "Do it, Miriam," hissed Thomas, his voice a jagged whisper slicing through the oppressive silence. He was the architect of this chaos, a zealot with fire in his eyes, convinced that righteousness justified every act of cruelty. The torchlight caught the sweat glistening on his brow, illuminating the desperation etched into his features. "They are heretics. They must be purged." His fists clenched, and I could feel the heat radiating off him, a furnace of conviction that threatened to consume them both. But it wasn't just about her. I remember their faces, the faces of the condemned, ghosts with hollow eyes, mouths sewn shut by the weight of doctrines that promise salvation through suffering. They huddled in the corner, bound and weary, shackled not just by iron but by a faith twisted into a weapon against them. I could taste the bitterness of betrayal, sour and sharp, cutting through my own resolve. "Do it, Miriam. We have no choice," Thomas urged, his voice a fevered pitch, rising and falling like the tide of a storm. I remember when I first met her, the way the sun wrapped itself around her laughter, making it seem like music. Back then, her faith was everything, a shield against the darkness of the world. But darkness has a way of creeping in, doesn't it? The world is not black and white but a kaleidoscope of grays. I could see the struggle in her eyes. She was a warrior caught between duty and morality, a lioness with her fangs dulled by doubt. "Please," she murmured, her voice trembling like leaves in an autumn wind. "They are still human." But the words felt heavy, burdened with the weight of centuries of doctrine, centuries of blood spilled in the name of the divine. I could feel the flicker of hope dimming, swallowed by the relentless tide of zealotry. Thomas's face contorted, a mask of fury and righteousness. And what of the souls they corrupt? What of the eternal damnation they spread? His words were a storm, crashing against the fragile walls of her humanity. "We have been chosen, Miriam. We must cleanse the world of their sins." The fervor in his voice ignited something primal, something terrifying, and for a brief moment, I felt the air thicken with the weight of unspeakable choices. Outside, the night whispered secrets, the cosmos spinning in a dance as old as time. The stars blinked down, indifferent to the suffering below them. I remember the night sky, a vast tapestry, stretching infinitely as if mocking our petty human dramas. It felt like a clock ticking down, each second echoing with the ghosts of decisions yet to be made. "Look at them!" Thomas spat, his finger jabbing at the cowering figures. Their eyes were pools of despair, reflecting the flickering flame of hope that seemed so distant now. They walk among us, spreading lies in the name of their false gods. "Do you not see? This is our holy war. Miriam's breath came in ragged gasps, a balloon filled with air, stretched to the point of bursting. Her heart thundered in her chest, memories flooding her mind. I could see it, the glimmer of doubt, the flicker of rebellion. I remember her first lesson in faith, the first spark that ignited her soul. Be the light, Miriam, her mother had told her. Shine in the darkness. But now that light felt like a distant star, flickering and dimming. Every soul we save is a victory, Thomas continued, his voice a relentless tide, pushing her closer to the edge. Every act of cruelty is a step towards salvation. I wanted to scream, to shake the ground beneath him, to reveal the absurdity rooted in his zealotry. But the words caught in my throat, choked by the suffocating atmosphere. The tension was a coiled snake, ready to strike. Miriam's resolve faltered. I remember the moment she stepped back, her hand shaking as the rosary slipped through her fingers, clattering to the floor like a cacophony of sins. She was teetering on the edge of a cliff, the abyss yawning wide beneath her. No, it was a whisper, a plea, but the storm surged within her, clawing at the walls of her faith. The condemned watched, their faces pale like ghosts under the flickering light. "We are innocent," one cried, desperation lacing every syllable. "We only seek to love." But love was a foreign concept in this dark theater, a fragile bird with its wings clipped by fear and mistrust. The sound of their pleas echoed in my heart, a haunting melody that refused to fade. Outside, the wind howled like a banshee, a warning that this moment would change everything. I could feel the weight of history pressing down upon us, the echoes of 1,000 voices lost to the zealous pursuit of purity, each justification for cruelty resonating like a drumbeat in the back of my mind. Religion, I thought, had become a beast, feral and insatiable, devouring its own. "Do not let them sway you," Thomas yelled, desperation bleeding into his voice. "They will lead you astray." But Miriam looked at him, and in that moment, I saw the glint of defiance. She was a tempest, rising from the ashes of her doubt. The candlelight flickered as if sensing the shift within her. The shadows seemed to inch away, as if even they feared what was about to unfold. I remember the weight of silence that followed, thick and suffocating, as if the universe held its breath. And then, with a resolve I never anticipated, Miriam stepped forward, her voice steady, echoing with the strength of 1,000 generations. "No more," she declared, and the word crackled in the air. "No more violence in the name of faith. No more cruelty justified by an imagined righteousness." Her words cut through the darkness, a piercing light that shattered the chains binding her spirit. The shadows recoiled, revealing a truth long hidden. In that moment, the room trembled with the enormity of her decision, the echo of her defiance reverberating through the walls. It felt like the universe had shifted slightly, realigning itself in the face of her courage. But what would it cost her? What consequences loomed in the shadows, waiting to strike? Time stretched, thickened, as if eternity itself held its breath, caught in the suspense of faith and choice. Would she stand alone against the tide of dogma? Would love triumph over the dark justifications for cruelty? The air crackled with possibility, and as I stood there, a silent witness, I realized this was only the beginning. The clock ticked on, the cosmos swirling above, and the night felt alive with the promise of change. The moment the blade slices through the air, time shatters like glass. I can feel the tremor of the ground beneath me, shaking with the weight of 1,000 unspoken words, 1,000 unshed tears. It's an ordinary afternoon, the shadows long and thin, but here, in this dim chamber of stone and regret, everything is heavy with the weight of fate. I stand there, breath caught in my throat, as Simon, the executioner, readies himself. His hands tremble, not from fear, but from the sheer enormity of what he is about to do. I remember my own heart racing, a wild beast trapped in a cage of bone, pounding against my ribs as if trying to escape, trying to scream against the silence that envelops us. Can you hear it? The stillness, pregnant with tension, is almost deafening. It wraps around us like a shroud, each breath a reminder of the lives that hang in the balance. The faint scent of iron fills the air, blood or metal, it matters not, it clings to the throat, heavy and acrid. "Do it," I whisper, though the word catches in my throat. Simon's gaze meets mine, his eyes a storm of emotion, conflicted, lost, haunted. He's a man who wears his shame like a second skin, each execution a notch on his soul's belt. I see the flicker of doubt in his eyes, the flickering candlelight illuminating the shadows of his mind. They call me the Reaper, he says, voice hoarse, but I was once a father, a husband, a man with dreams. I remember the warmth of my own family. I remember the laughter, the light. The time spent under the sprawling trees, feeling invincible, wrapped in the blissful ignorance of youth. How does one reconcile such a life with the darkness that comes with this role? The irony isn't lost on me, the man who takes lives is caught in the crosshairs of his own existence. The prisoner stands there, bound and broken, a spectre of despair. I can almost hear the echoes of his past, the laughter of his own children, if they still live, if they are safe from the shadows that stretch long across the cobblestones of this city. There's a wildness in his eyes, a fire that flickers, yearning for freedom. I feel a pang of grief, he is someone's son. Somewhere, a mother must be waiting, clutching a tattered photograph to her chest, memories flooding her mind like ghosts in the night. Simon grips the handle of the blade, knuckles white as if the force of his grip could somehow change destiny. I did this once before, he confesses, voice barely a whisper, and the screams still haunt me. I can taste the salt on my lips, tears, sorrow, the weight of what is to come. He doesn't just take lives, he carries them with him, each execution an indelible mark on his soul, an unshakable burden. I remember standing at the edge of a cliff, the dizzying drop below, the urge to leap into the abyss. It felt like freedom, but now I see it for what it truly is, a plunge into darkness. Simon's dilemma is an echo of my own, a choice between duty and morality. There's a part of me that wants to scream for him to stop, to run away, to break free from the chains of expectation, but words catch like thorns in my throat. The clock ticks loudly in the silence. Each tick a heartbeat, each talk a reminder of the fleeting nature of life. I can feel the pulse of the world outside, the laughter of children playing, the clatter of carts, the mundane rhythm of life continuing without us. But in this chamber, we are frozen, caught in a moment where time folds in on itself, where justice is both a savior and a monster. Do you think he knows? I ask, the question tumbling out before I can stop it. The prisoner, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and defiance, shifts uncomfortably. Simon's gaze hardens. It doesn't matter if he knows, he replies, bitterness lacing his words like poison. What matters is what he did. Justice must be served. But justice is a fickle mistress, isn't it? I can feel the ghosts of the past whispering around us, woven into the fabric of this place. I think of the historian I once met, his face animated as he spoke about the arbitrary nature of justice, how it shifts like sand, how the guilty often walk free while the innocent bear the cross. Justice, I murmur, the word feeling foreign on my tongue, or vengeance. The line blurs, and I see it in Simon's eyes. He's been molded by the hands of history, sculpted into a weapon, and yet he feels the weight of every swing, every gasp for breath that follows. With a sudden motion, he raises the blade. The air crackles, thick with tension, time stretching like a rubber band ready to snap. I want to reach out, to grasp his arm, to pull him back from the precipice. But my body is paralyzed, each heartbeat a drum, a countdown. Look at me. I want to scream. You don't have to do this. You can choose. But even as I think it, I know it's a lie. The choice was made long before we arrived here, etched into the very fabric of our lives. And then it happens. The blade falls, a swift arc of fate, smooth, merciless, final. The sound it makes is chilling, a final sigh escaping lips that will never speak again. I feel the world tilt on its axis, the weight of the act settling over us like a shroud. Simon stands still, the blade in his hand, eyes vacant yet burning with an emotion I can't name. Was it relief, horror, or the final acceptance of the role he's been forced to play? I can't tell. As the echoes of the moment ripple through the air, I realize that this is not just about death, it's about life, about choices made and paths taken. It's about the ghosts we carry, the shadows that cling to our heels as we walk through the world. Each heartbeat reverberates, a reminder that we are all tied to this dance of existence, each of us playing our part in the grand, macabre theater of life. And as I stand there, breathless, I know this isn't the end. There are more stories, more lives intertwined in this tangled web of fate. The night will rise again, shadows will lengthen, and the cycle will continue. There are more executioners, more hearts to weigh against their deeds. The blade gleams in the fading light, and with it comes the heavy silence, a silence that is anything but empty. It is filled with the weight of what has been lost, what has been chosen, and what remains to be faced. The world spins on, oblivious, as I am left to grapple with the truth that binds us all in this chilling dance of life and death. The clock ticks loudly in the sterile silence of the execution chamber, a sound that echoes like a distant drum roll, reverberating through the walls painted a cold, clinical white. It's a sound that can freeze blood in veins, reminding everyone present of the life teetering on the edge of oblivion. The air feels thick, like a shroud, suffocating, heavy with dread. I stand there, heart pounding, eyes darting between the two figures in the room, Alex, the condemned man, and Rachel, the victim's sister. Their stories weave together in a tapestry of pain, love, and terror, each thread pulsing with raw emotion. Alex stands, shackled and silent, his face a canvas of fear and resignation, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. He's not the monster they painted in the tabloids, he's a flawed man, imperfect, like all of us. I remember the first time I saw him in court, his eyes darting, pleading, bewildered, searching for something, redemption. Forgiveness? I thought about the choices that led him here, the choices that haunt him like ghosts in the night. He never intended for it to end this way. But in that moment, he is a man stripped down to his essence, stripped of the life he once knew, and what remains is a heart beating against the inevitable. Rachel stands across from him, a fierce storm contained in a fragile frame. She is a whirlwind of grief and rage, her fists clench so tightly that her knuckles turn white. She carries the memory of her brother in her bones, it's a weight that bends her, a shadow that darkens her soul. I remember her voice when she spoke at the trial, a haunting melody filled with sorrow, trembling with the agony of loss, yet resolute in its demand for justice. "He took my brother from me," she said, her eyes blazing with the fire of 1,000 suns. "He deserves to pay." But what does that mean? What does payment look like in this world painted in shades of grey? The room hums with tension, a palpable energy that thrums in the air. Each breath feels like a struggle, weighted by the enormity of what's about to happen. I see the guards shifting their stance, their faces stoic, but I can sense the flutter of doubt in their hearts. They are soldiers in a war they didn't choose, carrying out orders that feel like an affront to their own humanity. Can they reconcile their duty with their morality? What do they think about as they watch a man's life extinguished? I remember the words of an ancient philosopher echoing in my mind, an eye for an eye leaves the whole world blind. Time stretches, becomes elastic. A moment here feels like an eternity, and yet I can feel it slipping away, like grains of sand through fingers. I remember standing on the edge of a cliff once, staring down into the abyss, the thrill of the drop sending shivers down my spine. That's what this feels like, an impending plunge into darkness where no one emerges the same. Rachel steps forward, her gaze piercing through the glass that separates them. "Do you even feel remorse?" she asks, her voice a shard of ice. The question hangs in the air, heavy with accusation, longing for an answer that remains just out of reach. She's searching for something, an acknowledgement of pain, of humanity, of a soul behind the crime. But Alex's face is a mask, a stone wall built from fear and regret. I remember the day it happened," she whispers, the words tumbling out like a confession. "I was waiting for him to come home. The sun was setting, painting the sky in hues of orange and gold. I thought it would be another ordinary evening, filled with laughter and love. But then he didn't come home." Her voice breaks, and I feel the weight of her sorrow crashing against me like a wave. How do you atone for that? How do you make sense of the chaos that turned my world upside down? And in that moment, I am confronted with the ghost of morality. What does justice even mean? Are we trying to balance the scales, or are we simply feeding a hunger for vengeance? I remember sitting in a lecture once, listening to a professor dissect the ethics of capital punishment, the philosophical debate swirling around us like a tempest. Yet in this moment, all those arguments, pro and con, feel distant, like echoes in a vast canyon. Here, it's not about theory. It's about lives, two lives intersecting in a tragic dance, both damaged, both haunted. The electric chair looms in the background, its presence a menacing specter that casts shadows across the room. It's a mechanical beast, designed for one purpose, to take life. I remember hearing the stories of those who've been executed, the last words uttered in desperation or defiance, the hope for a miracle or a plea for understanding. Are they truly guilty? Or are they victims of circumstance, of a system that fails to see the whole picture? I feel the air grow colder as the reality sinks in. Rachel's breath quickens as the moment draws nearer, the clock ticking louder still, counting down not just seconds, but shattered dreams and unhealed wounds. Do you even know what you've done? She shouts, her voice a tempest. Do you understand the destruction you've caused? The walls tremble at her fury, and I can almost see the shatter of her heart, the cracks spreading like spider webs under pressure. Alex looks down, the weight of her words pressing on him like a leaden cloak. I never wanted this, he murmurs, his voice barely audible, yet it slices through the tension like a knife. I didn't know. I didn't mean to, yet it feels like a fragile echo against the storm of Rachel's pain. The air is thick with unresolved conflict, a struggle between justice and vengeance, between remorse and rage. I remember feeling lost in this maze of morality, trying to find the right path, the truth buried under layers of grief and anger. As the final moments approach, the room feels suspended in time, every heartbeat echoing like a drum. The truth lingers in the air, heavy and unyielding. I can't help but wonder, what do we gain from this? What do we lose? In a world where the lines between right and wrong blur into shadows, is retribution the only response we have? Or is there something more, something deeper that we must confront? And then, as the lights dim and silence envelops the room, the question lingers like a ghost. What does it mean to truly pay for our sins? In this twisted dance of capital punishment, the answer remains elusive, hanging in the air like a specter, waiting for the dawn of understanding to break through the darkness. The clock struck midnight, its chime echoing through the desolation like a death knell. Shadows danced on walls, flickering grotesquely in the dim light of the oil lamp. I stood there, frozen, heart pounding like a war drum in my chest, in the heart of a city that wore its cruelty like a shroud. The alley was narrow, suffocating, the stench of decay clung to the air, a reminder that not all wounds heal, and not all scars fade. I remember the moment vividly, an unyielding grip of fear wrapped around my throat as I watched the scene unfold. Across from me, Marla's eyes were wide, glistening pools of desperation. She was beautiful in a way that made the heart ache, but it was the kind of beauty born from suffering, the kind that wore a fragile mask over a heart heavy with secrets. I could see her trembling, every shiver a reflection of the tempest within. The faint echo of a child's laughter drifted through the alley, haunting, as if mocking our plight. That laughter echoed from a time when innocence still thrived, a stark contrast to the cruelty pressing down upon us now. Do you think they'll come for us? Her voice trembled like a leaf caught in a storm. I wanted to lie, to wrap her in the warm cocoon of false hope, but the truth was poisonous on my tongue. The methods of a society twisted by its own cruelty were like vines, creeping, suffocating. I remembered my father's words, methods have a way of shaping hearts. I know how they did. The scars across my soul were remnants of those methods, whispers of a system built on the backs of the broken. Each crack in the pavement, each broken window was a testament to lives shattered by decisions made in cold rooms, far removed from the lives they affected. I glanced at Tommy, a boy with eyes that had seen too much, yet still managed to cling to hope like a moth to a flickering flame. His hands were shoved deep into his pockets, fingers brushing against the jagged edges of a crumpled photograph, a family picture, once bright with laughter, now a ghost of what was. They took my sister, he whispered, voice trembling on the edge of despair. They took her, because they could. That sentence hit me like a physical blow. I felt it ripple through the air, a sharp reminder of the legacy that enveloped us. The echo of cruelty resonated, a chilling reminder that the methods of our society had carved deep trenches in our very souls. I remembered the night they came for us, cloaked figures with eyes like coal, cold and devoid of compassion. They moved through the streets like shadows, leaving behind only whispers and broken dreams. The method was simple, brutal: divide, conquer, control. Families scattered like leaves in the wind, dreams razed to the ground. And yet, here we were, huddled together, survivors of a storm that showed no signs of abating. I wanted to scream, to rage against the encroaching darkness, but the sound caught in my throat. Instead, I grasped Marla's hand, feeling her pulse quicken beneath my fingers, the warmth of life fighting against the chilling grasp of despair. "Stay close," I murmured, the words barely escaping my lips. The air thickened with tension, shadows crept closer, and with them, the specters of our past. I could almost hear them whispering, echoes of the broken, the beaten, those who had been silenced by a cruel method of governance that celebrated oppression over justice. As we pressed deeper into the alley, the wall seemed to close in, a reminder of the suffocating grip of fear that had taken hold of our lives. Each step was heavy, laden with memories of laughter turned to screams, dreams devoured by the insatiable hunger of a city that had long forgotten kindness. Marla stumbled, and I caught her, my heart racing as I felt the weight of her despair. The world outside felt indifferent, like a distant storm raging on while we cowered in the shadows. "Why do they do this?" Tommy asked, his voice barely a whisper. It was a question that cut through the air like a knife. I looked at him, those eyes burning with the fire of innocence, a fire slowly dousing under the weight of relentless cruelty. "Because they can," I replied, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. "Because they've forgotten what it means to care." In that moment, I felt the weight of generations before me, the ghosts of those who had suffered, who had fought against a tide of cruelty that threatened to drown us all. I remembered the stories my grandmother told, tales of rebellion, of unity forged in the fires of despair. But those stories felt like wisps of smoke now, fading, as our world crumbled around us. Suddenly, a distant sound cut through the oppressive silence, a siren, wailing like a banshee in the night. The urgency of it rattled my bones, a chilling reminder that time was slipping through our fingers like sand. I could almost feel the eyes of the city upon us, watching, waiting, hungry for another soul to consume. Marla's grip tightened around my hand, her fear palpable, a living thing that coiled around us, squeezing the breath from our lungs. I looked into her eyes, searching for strength in the depths of despair. There was a flicker there, a flame that refused to be extinguished, and for a moment, I clung to it like a lifeline. "Whatever happens, we'll face it together," I promised, though the tremor in my voice betrayed the uncertainty coiling in my gut. But the truth was, we were bound by invisible threads woven with the horrors we had witnessed, the scars we had gathered. And as the siren continued its mournful cry, I realized we were not just survivors, we were witnesses to a legacy of cruelty that had seeped into the very fabric of our existence. We were all tied together, bound by the weight of our shared suffering, yearning for something greater than the shackles of our reality. The alley seemed to extend endlessly, a bottomless pit of despair and fear, yet through it all, there was an ember, a whisper, a promise of resistance that flickered in the shadows of our hearts. With every beat, every breath, we were alive, and we would not let the cruelty consume us. In those moments, time twisted and turned, and I felt the weight of history pressing down on us, the echoes of souls long gone reverberating through the silence. We were part of something larger, a narrative that spanned generations, a struggle against the darkness that sought to engulf us. And so, we stood at the precipice, trembling before the abyss, ready to confront the legacy that had tethered our souls, even as the shadows loomed closer, relentless in their pursuit. Together, we would challenge the darkness, armed with nothing but the fierce determination of our hearts, echoing into the night, the haunting refrain of our existence. Night had draped the city in a heavy shroud, the shadows stretching like fingers grasping for the light that refused to shine. Chasms of silence loomed, punctuated only by the distant wail of sirens slicing through the darkness, announcing the latest casualty in a world spiraling toward chaos. I stood on the precipice of fear, my heart thrumming like a drum against my ribcage, the echoes of a past lingering close, echoing with every heartbeat. The air was electric, thick with anticipation, and every breath I took tasted of ash and dread. Mara flinched, her eyes wide, glistening with a mixture of terror and defiance. She was a warrior hidden beneath layers of doubt, a spirit a flickering candle fighting against the roaring tempest around her. In the hushed corner of the alley, she was an ember waiting to ignite, a woman who had seen too much yet craved meaning in this twilight of humanity. "If we don't act now," she whispered, voice trembling, yet resolute as if she were reciting a prayer. "If we don't fight for this, we'll be nothing but ghosts, forgotten in the ruins of what we once were." Across from her stood Jonah, a man too aware of his own frailty, his hand clenching a photograph, the last remnant of a life not yet devoured by the shadows. The image was frayed at the edges, a frozen moment of laughter from a time when hope sparkled like the stars scattered across the abyss of night. "And what if we lose?" he countered, voice barely more than a whisper. "What if this fight only leads us deeper into the darkness? I can't bear the thought of failing, again." Failure had become his shadow, a relentless companion whispering doubts into his ear like a serpent coiled tight around his heart. I remember the warmth of the sun on my skin, the laughter that once danced in the wind, a stark contrast to the chilling grip of anxiety that clawed at my insides now. "The future of execution," I murmured to myself, tasting the bitter irony of it. "It's not just about the end, it's about how we get there." A thought echoed back at me, execution, both literal and metaphorical. Society was executing its own. Stripped of empathy, we were marching toward a reckoning, and I felt a sickening certainty that we didn't even understand the cost. Mara's gaze turned toward the horizon where the city silhouette loomed, jagged and imposing against the bruised sky, a monument to our own hubris. "Jonah, we can't wait for the future to decide our fate. It's here, it's now. We are the ones shaping it." Each word dripped with urgency, each syllable a firecracker ready to explode. The world had teetered on the brink for too long, and the time had come to break the cycle of despair. But Jonah's heart was like a pendulum, swinging between hope and despair. "You don't understand. I lost my sister to this madness," he choked, emotion spilling forth like a dam breaking. "She was just in the wrong place at the wrong time." The weight of his grief hung heavy in the air, a creeping shadow that threatened to suffocate the light. How can we promise anything when the future is written by those who thrive on chaos? I felt the cold steel of reality pressing against my chest. The echoes of history whispered warnings, of revolutions that spiraled into bloodshed, of dreams that turned to nightmares. I remembered long-forgotten tales of leaders who had spun visions of grandeur only to drown their citizens in sorrow. Execution is not just a punishment, I thought, it's a prophecy. Mara stepped closer, her presence a beacon in the encroaching darkness. "What if we bind our fates together?" Her voice cracked like thunder, a promise that vibrated through the very marrow of my bones. "If we don't forge alliances against the inevitable, we'll be consumed. We must be the architects of our reality." The fire in her eyes ignited the very air around her, a fierce dance of defiance against the ghosts that haunted us. And then, like an unseen clock ticking, the tension snapped. Sirens wailed louder, drawing closer, shadows twisted into grotesque shapes on the brick walls, and I felt the weight of every unshed tear, every heartache, collapsing inward, squeezing our breaths into shards of glass. Jonah gripped the photograph tighter, his fingers trembling. "I can't have her memory turn to ash," he cried, raw desperation spilling from his lips. "What if fighting for this future means adding more names to the list of the lost?" I could see the battle raging within him, a storm of torment and longing. I felt it tug at my own heartstrings. What was the cost of love in a world so merciless? The past was an anchor, holding us captive while the future beckoned, cloaked in uncertainty. "Jonah!" I whispered, reaching out, my voice a thread binding us together in this moment suspended in time. His gaze caught mine, I searching for solace amidst the chaos swirling around us. "I remember," he said, the tremor in his voice echoing the tremor in my heart. "I remember when hope was unbreakable, when we believed in something better. Together, we stood on the brink of something larger than ourselves, a fragile connection forged in the fires of despair. The city loomed around us, a specter of what lay ahead, a battleground where the future would ignite from the ashes of our choices. And as the night deepened, the sirens drawing ever closer, we felt it, the whisper of fate tugging at our souls, urging us toward a confrontation that could change everything. The echoes of our past clashed with the visions of the future, and in that charged air, we realized execution had turned into something transformative, something we had the power to reshape. Each second felt like a heartbeat, each heartbeat a drum heralding the reckoning. And we were ready, each of us armed with our pain but also with our relentless hope. The city held its breath, and so did we, waiting for the dawn that would either break us or remold us into something new. The future was here, right in front of us, unfurling like a dark flower waiting to bloom.